Can't stop thinking about it. What I lost and how you came and took it all. All I know, the fire's burning, burning, burning inside. I need to lose control. I cannot let this go. Whoa. I'm here to win it all. 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 Ain't leaving nothing for ya. 'Cause I'm here to win it all. I'm here to win it all. They say I've gotta let this go, but they don't know how much I've lost. All I know is that it's in your arms. I've gotta take it back, take it back. I'm here to win it all. 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 Ain't leaving nothing for ya. 'Cause I'm here to win it all. I'm here to win it all. La 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 la. 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 I'm here to win it all. 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 Yeah. Bang. Boom. Let 'em know. Who you rockin' with? Who you rockin' with? Who you rockin' with? You not rockin' with the best, yes, better than the rest. This is level up, cause I'm way too fresh. All I do is win, so I tend to say less. Except when I come through the flex. Rockin' with the best, yes, better than the rest. This is level up, cause I'm way too fresh. All I do is win, so I tend to say less. Except when I come through the flex. You not rockin' with the best, 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 best. I'ma show and prove, yeah, I got moves. Everything I do, gotta put it in the news. Looking at a king now, I don't ever lose. I just shut it down anytime I'm in the mood. You not rockin' with the best, yes, better than the rest. This is level up, cause I'm way too fresh. All I do is win, so I tend to say less. Except when I come through the flex. Rockin' with the best, yes, better than the rest. This is level up, cause I'm way too fresh. All I do is win, so I tend to say less. Except when I come through the flex. Yeah. Bang. Boom. Let 'em know. Who you rockin' with? Who you rockin' with? Who you rockin' with? Way too hot. Just can't stop. Way too hot. Just can't stop. Way too hot. Just can't stop. Way too hot. Come through like boom pow. All I ever hear is ooh wow. Turn your neighborhood into a boom town. Next stop headed to the moon now. Ooh wow. Got wins by the boatload, way too hot. I need a couple more cause I just can't stop. Put the ball in my hands, watch I'ma make it pop. Guaranteed every time I hear the beat drop like way too hot. Just can't stop. 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 Yeah. Bang. Boom. Let 'em know. Who you rockin' with? Who you rockin' with? Who you rockin' with? You not rockin' with the best, yes, better than the rest. This is level up, cause I'm way too fresh. All I do is win, so I tend to say less. Except when I come through the flex. Rockin' with the best, yes, better than the rest. This is level up, cause I'm way too fresh. All I do is win, so I tend to say less. Except when I come through the flex. Come through the flex.
Said no more! Victory is written! Immortals claim their
Hello and welcome to the Icons 2022 semifinals. We are coming to you live from the Suntec Convention Center in Singapore with complete coverage of today's Best of 5 series to determine one of the two teams that will be competing for the first Wild Rift Global Championship. I'm Mika Fabs, and joining me today are Riku and Omo. This is the Miku tandem right now on the broadcast for the first time. And I clearly didn't get the memo of some sort.
We are just here cheering for the Fly Phoenix Fly potential behind
Yeah,
this.
I was gonna say it's too early for predictions.
Yeah.
We're not there yet.
Yeah.
We're not there
We
yet.
won't spoil anything, but
my color, okay?
I
Just color my shirt.
No spoilers. We're not there yet. We're not. These aren't predictions, okay? Not just yet. Actually, before we jump into anything else, I have to ask you guys because there was big news coming out of the quarterfinals, which was that we assumed actually we a lot of us predicted that it would be a WRL semifinals, but apparently, Omo, it is not.
yeah, I mean, I kind of had a feeling. I had faith in Team Flash. I never doubted them. Don't go back and check the bots. I never doubted them. But I feel like there are a lot of things that we learned from the quarterfinals that we can take into the semifinals here as well. All of these teams left have amazing junglers. All of them are cracked. So when all your junglers are good, what's the difference maker? Then it comes down to the laners. Who has better laners? I think that's the question we're going to be asking for these few days.
Ooh, that's a very interesting discussion. What about you, Riku? What was your biggest takeaway?
Okay, my biggest takeaway is definitely Team Flash can do it all and can win it all in Icons. The fact that they're able to defeat JDG in the quarterfinals 3-0. They defeated JDG, the number 2 seed coming from the WRL. 3-0. I think that's insane. I keep saying it because it's such a huge deal. Looking back at the performance of the WCS number 1 seed, which is Team Flash, they were amazing. A lot of big expectations, a few slumps here and there when we looked at the group stages from Team Flash. Then a lot of the like us, we started asking questions like, oh no, what's happening? But then they proved us wrong at the quarterfinals. They have all the mechanics, they've got the macro, they've got the decision making, everything to win it all.
They've got the swagger.
Oh, that too!
Oh, yeah.
Never find
Oh,
that.
yes. We can't forget that, yeah, the 3-0 that Coyote Flash, and they definitely delivered. That confidence was just something else entirely. But now we are down to the final 4. Today we have 2 of the WRL's best teams. It is number 3 ranked Nova versus the number 1 seed FPX. And tomorrow the lone SEA team, Team Flash, that is remaining in the competition, gets a shot at moving on to the finals against J Team. So let's get a quick and really bold prediction. I don't know how bold you guys are feeling today, but let's get a bold prediction from you guys today. We'll start with you, Omo.
Not feeling super bold today. I feel like
Really?
it's a bold prediction, but we might actually see it come true. We might honestly see it come true. I think that today will be the last time we have a majority of the teams left in Icons be WRL teams. In the finals, I think Team Flash might be able to pull it out, so that's going to be a 1-to-1 ratio. So today might be the last time.
Actually, I feel like, I'm on board with you there. My bold prediction was going to be, we didn't have a complete WRL semifinals.
Yeah.
I don't think we're getting a complete WRL finals.
Nice.
It's possible. I don't know. That thought excites me. Rico, what about you?
Yeah, I want to ride in with this hype of this, not going to be a full WRL grand finals because, back at Horizon Cup, we had WRL versus WRL, and I feel like that's highly possible. But for me, I'm looking into the present. My bold prediction today is that, spoiler alert, Nova is going to win against FPX today with Long playing 5 unique champions the entire time.
Wait,
Watch out.
so you're predicting a full 5-game series? Ooh.
Yes, I am. Game 5, baby.
Ooh, I think we're getting a little bit of spoilers here with
We
what
really
we're
want to say it,
saying.
but we can't say it yet.
Kind of
Yeah.
already said it,
Yeah.
but thanks for making my job a little easier for me, Rico, because we actually, we can learn a little bit more about the quote-unquote the best jungler in the world who is slowly removing those quotes and proving himself as worthy of that title. But guess what? The man says that he doesn't even really practice.
What?
Let's check this out. It's Nova's Long.
大家好，我是 Noah 的打野龙。如果说用一个词来形容我的话，我觉得就是自己打法比较凶吧。
Look at this. He's full HP. He's killing everyone. Long seems to be the new power jungler.
The junglers in the WRL cannot be underestimated, cannot be talked about enough.
我觉得龙是这次比赛最强的打野吧，因为别的打野的风格都跟他有点不太一样吧。然后别的打野都是比较前期比较帮助队友多一点，然后龙的风格是前期发育，然后后面来接管比赛。
Really starts running away. Rest of Nova is trying to collapse in. They're going to take the set down. First set still has a showstopper. Going to try and pull them away. Haymaker going to be used, giving them a big shield. Remake gets knocked back here, pulled away by the Singed. Easy guys them on the turret direct and trying to look for their first kill of the fight, but Nova Esports happy with the turret.
Oh my god!
Huge engage by Long, gets the flash in, the hook shot takes down Lumesh.
Long is fearless. I mean, 1 versus 4, gets a kill and gets out. This guy is crazy.
就是感觉国外挺多打野的话，就觉得我很强，就他们愿意就是觉得就是我比他们强，就比较承认别人对方吧。我觉得只是每个人心中的不一样吧，就是别人可能觉得我比较强，就在他心目中就可能就是我比较强吧。我自己自我感觉的话，我就是一个普通的打野吧。就自己其实游戏时间很少，就反正就手感不会下滑吧。然后玩英雄玩的熟练度也很高。
Again, this looked like a whole different kind of a beast of a team. Like, how do you win against a team like Nova? Obviously not by banning away Long, because you're still gonna lose to Long.
就是看到那些国外的兄弟们，然后上场的时候，还有在比赛中间暂停，比如说暂停的时候，他们都很开心，然后很放得开吧，对镜头都做一些搞怪的动作，然后就是跟我们挺不一样的，就是我们感觉比较会严肃一点嘛，然后他们都是很放得开。我预想到我们如果夺冠的话，会非常开心吧。我觉得对于这次赢下Icons的冠军来说，我很有信心。我踏上舞台的那一刻，就想着怎么赢下游戏就好。我觉得打游戏就是为了赢吧，我就很不服输，就一定要赢。
I think it's funny that they pointed out how different they are from the other teams because, of course, we have had some very colorful teams on this stage. I mean, we had Liberty, who was very, very loud. We had, of course, RRQ with all the camera bending and everything. And we have Nova saying, what are you guys doing?
Yeah, they've got their head in the game, especially now that it's semifinals. A lot is on the line. No lower bracket. There's a single elimination. And for those of you who watched that video, you saw Long with the number 99 on his jersey. We already asked what's the number about, and then that's his power level. He has rated himself. He's level 99 in this game, and it shows he's the best jungler in the world.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I feel like Long here, he has a lot of pressure on him. The team has a lot of pressure on them going up against the powerhouse of FPX, but that's what makes this matchup exciting.
That's right. We're going to see actually if he can reach level 100 through this by the end of this weekend, I feel. But for more on the two teams playing today, let's send it down to the fourth member of our team. It's Digon.
Thank you very much, Mika. I had the opportunity to catch up with both Nova and FPX before their semifinals match. With Nova, you kind of saw it in the video. This is a squad that's coming in very focused on what this matchup beholds. They know that they're punching up against FPX. And I had the opportunity to ask Coach, hey, what are you most proud of? And he said, the team communication and cohesion that has come across. Obviously, we know that there's been that substitution in the mid lane, Nien coming in, which was different during the WRL split, where they had Gogol, and they now find themselves in the semifinals. And a win here would mean making up for their performance in the WRL Championship. Now, on the flip side, for FPX, had the opportunity to ask same kind of questions. What's your form coming into it? They say, hey, look, we are focused on what we do. We just play normally, and we know that FPX, they haven't shown too much in terms of different strategies or been pushed too far. And so therefore, they're going to play their game and make Nova answer to them. When I asked the question of like, okay, what are you most proud of, Coach, in terms of what FPX has done, he goes back all the way to the initial qualification to the WRL. He said that initial failure really stung, and a win now would mean that all the torturous preparation throughout everything they've had this year would make it so much more worth it. So that is the two forms that we have coming in for both these squads. Mika, back to you.
Thanks so much, Digon. Ooh, I guess that means FPX really does not take any loss very lightly at all. That's going to make this a very exciting series, so let's get down to it and break down the match, Nova versus FPX. Omo, it's very interesting because this isn't the first time these teams have faced off against each other. It's a little bit of a grudge match.
Yeah, that's the fun part about domestic matchups. You can go back to the domestic leagues, you can see the history of the matches that these two teams have played together before, and you normally can glean like a favorite from it. You can kind of tell, like, okay, maybe this team is favored here today. But if you look at the matchups between FPX and Nova, first time they played Stage 1, April 9th, FPX 2-0'd Nova in the WRL. April 15th, just a week later in Stage 2, Nova returned the favor, 2-0 FPX. And if you look at that, you can see a bit of a grudge match developing here. Both teams have very clear identities of how they want to play out this matchup, and I think they understand each other very well. That's what's going to make this a very exciting matchup.
Yeah. Riku, you mentioned also as well, like, the matches were actually quite close.
Yeah, on a related note, like Omo was zooming in, and now let's zoom out over there at the scoreboard, because when we look at Season 1, or rather Stage 1, Nova was 17-8, FPX was 17-9, and the following stage, Nova's 13-3 and FPX is 12-4. As you can see, there's not a big difference, rather, on their power levels when we looked at both stages. They're very neck and neck, but it is Nova having that one up with that one game of difference. So it's so crazy to see this semifinals match in a BO5 scenario with this close of a matchup. It's gonna be really heated up.
No wonder you're so confident with the 5-game series.
Yes, exactly.
Technically the truth, if they 2-0'd you and you 2-0'd them, then that brings you to Game 5, right?
Oh, man.
This is the Game 5.
Simple math,
Right
yeah.
here. This is the Game 5. But yeah, and I think, Omo, you mentioned, you know, when we were discussing backstage, this the series that they actually played against FPX most recently on April 15. I like that we mentioned the dates.
Yes.
Very
Remember
specific.
the dates, yeah.
Important.
But they had a very unusual team composition going into that. They had basically, I think it was everything on too long.
Yeah, I mean, that's typically how Nova plays, right? But I think they really took it to an extreme in the WRL.
Yeah.
We have the meta of Fall Protect 1, Fall Facilitates 1. They really took it to the extreme. Game 1, they play around Long's Olaf. Game 2, they play around Long's Master Yi, if I'm not wrong. And they just funnel a lot of resources into him. Full support comp, full enchanter comp. And I feel like that's going to be one of the keys to victory here for Nova today.
Yeah, and not to mention, we did mention Long's power levels earlier.
Yeah, 99.
99. Did you guys know he is actually 30 kills away from getting 100 kills in Icons. That's got to be a record. That has to be a record somewhere. I believe right now leading is Chaz? Is it Chaz?
Yeah, it is Chaz in the lead right now on the kill scoring. Which is interesting is that on his jersey, 99 says power level, but it's actually his kill score goal. It's looking like it. It's looking like it. He's 30. Well, he is 29 kills away to 99.
Oh, that's very possible. If this does go to a Game 5, that's very, very possible. Yeah. We'll be keeping our eyes on that. But, you know, we've had a lot of attention on Long. I'm really curious how he's going to match up with his counterpart, 0711.
Yeah, it's going to be really heated up, right? The fact that, again, we are having the best jungler in the world, Long, versus the most consistent jungler that we have, 0711. Every single team fight, every single 5v5, he always rises to the occasion, get kills, and get ahead. So now I'm curious to see how this matchup is going to go, because when we look at Long, the way that he plays, we've seen how a lot of these teams try to 5-man ban him, but it still doesn't work. His ocean pool is very, very deep, to the point that every single champion that he uses is his best champion. That's how strong he is.
Yeah, and I feel like Nova has shown, you know, a different side to them as well. In their previous series, they showed that, you know, sometimes it's like it's not about Long being aggressive. Sometimes it's about Long being passive and just popping off at the right moment, and the rest of Nova can actually, you know, can carry for him until he has that opportune moment. That's exactly what we saw when they went up against Roaster Y. Now, on the side of FPX, though, you keep mentioning this, Riku. When it comes down to the 5v5, you say FPX will always win.
Oh, yeah. In Icons, FPX, definitely the best fighting team in the tournament. I swear, they're so good. The way that they control not only the map with vision, every single time the first spawn activates, Rift Herald and Dragon, they're always there first. When they're always there first, they take control, they win the fight. Honestly, having equal gold against FPX is not enough. You have to have 10k gold, a 10k gold lead to basically 100% sure win that team fight. Equal gold, not enough. Mechanics, team fight, they're just so much better.
Yeah, you just have to be perfect, in other words. Once you commit to that team fight, you better be sure what you're committing to, because FPX, they could probably win even though you feel like they're falling behind.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be close to perfect to beat FPX, because FPX is a team which is close to perfect themselves.
Yeah.
If you look at the way they draft, if you look at the way they set up around vision, it's very clear what identity this team is going for. Very stable, 5v5, scaling. They draft for everything. They don't really tunnel themselves into, okay, split push this game, okay, scaling this game. They have a bit of everything because they execute so well on stable, all-rounded, well-rounded team comps. And that's what we're looking for FPX today, just to be the better team, the better five-man unit.
Yeah, and I feel like obviously we'll all be looking at Long today.
Yeah.
But I think, Riku, we also have our eyes on a few other players as well, Fado among them.
Oh yeah, Fado is also another consistent member of FPX. He's sitting at the top lane, usually picking the usual top lane picks, but surprise when you look at the draft. For example, Exhibit A, when you see a Zed in the draft, you don't even know if that's a mid lane Zed or a top lane Zed. We all know Fado has used Zed back in the WRL as well, and it's incredibly scary, incredibly consistent. The way that once he gets ahead, get a couple of kills, give him 2 kills, that's enough for him. He's gonna snowball that lead. And the fact that it's a Zed that can use it as a team fighting Zed is also a very scary weapon that FPX can use later.
Yeah. Omo, you wanted to bring up as well how well he's going to match up against Iza.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a very exciting matchup. All our eyes are going to be on the jungle matchup, of course, Long and 0711. But Iza and Fado, this could be the secondary carries of this best of 5 here. Both of them love playing carry champions. Of course, they play the tanks when the situation calls for it. But look at the champion pools. Iza has carry games on Camille. Fado has carry games, like you said, on Zed, on champions like Fiora. And if I could just see one Baron lane Camille Fiora matchup one time in Icons, I will be happy.
You'll be happy.
I'll be
Only then
satisfied
you'll
with
be
that.
happy. Really.
Only then, yes.
Only then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Omo, anybody else you want to bring up?
Well, I want to take a look at Yazzie in the mid lane here as well. I feel like this guy, he's played 7 games in Icons. FPX have speed run the tournament. They have just stomped through all their competition. And part of that comes back down to the drafting as well. Yazzie plays very consistent champions. He's played 5 games of Corki, 1 game of Ashe, 1 game of Jace. Sure, he might have played a ton of Corki back in the WRL as well. But I want to know what's going on there. Do you have more picks prepped? Do you have picks that you are not ready to show just yet until maybe the grand finals? Or is this really the extent of all the tricks you have?
Yeah, could be hiding something. But as for me, aside from the obvious jungle matchup, I'm going to have my eyes on the supports, the backbones of these teams, because we saw on the side of FPX, Lei, very, very excellent support, very aggressive too. I remember his Rakan was such an excellent pick and such an excellent player on that champion. And Yami on the side of Nova, he had a really good game against Rolster Y as well. And I think players on both the side of FPX and Nova are very, very confident in their chances to win Icons. So here are those 2 supports, Yami and Lei, both flexing for their teams.
大家好，我是诺尔的辅助亚米。上次在WL常规赛是我们2比0击败了 FunPlus， 这次也会是一样的，有弱点的。我感觉他们的打法很单一，就是他们需要保着他们上路打。你们可以早点回国了，新加坡不用再待了，谢谢支持，我们可以打得更好。
大家好，我是 FunPlus 辅助乐意。Nova 风格特别明显嘛，就是围绕他们的打野进行游戏。那我们就是打野也比他们厉害，然后其他位置也比他们厉害，所以我觉得我们更像一个团队，应该是能拿下他们的。就从平常训练赛的情况来看的话，我觉得这场比赛应该像是那种决赛提前上演了吧，就感觉如果把 Nova 干掉了，后面的对手不管是哪一个战队，应该都不是我们的对手。希望大家可以好好看我们这场比赛，给你们带来一场精彩的比赛。
All right, guys, let me know your predictions. I think we've spoiled people enough.
No. I'm wearing red right now, but it's Nova. I'm voting for Nova. I believe Long can do it. Long can 1v9 and win this series.
Okay.
Mika and I were on the same page here. FPX 3-1. I think we're going to see the Phoenix fly today.
Yeah, and Riku, I think that if Nova does lose, I think we can draw the FPX logo on your forehead.
Oh!
We got to have some forfeits.
Yeah. You can do
But yeah, if I win, if Nova wins, then I can get to draw twice.
Sure. You can do that. I mean, that's only fair, I feel like. Guys, I feel like we have to get out of here, though, because we have to get right into the meat of everything. We are just a few minutes away from our first best of 5 semifinals. Icons 2022 starts now.
进入到半决赛，我肯定是我们赛区的自豪感吧。
做梦都是他。
chắc là chơi nên nhiều với lại chuẩn bị tốt hết sức có thể. Cần một tâm lý ổn định để có thể phát huy hết sức của tụi em.
后面的对手不管是哪一个战队，应该就溃不成军了吧。
这次冠军不会再是你们的了。
最强战队还是我们 FunPlus 吧。
应该是我们预料到的，有弱点的。我们队伍很厉害，如果我们自身够稳定，我们应该就是最强的。
应该的吧，毕竟我们是WL的第1名。我觉得没有什么压力吧，好像不太知道亚米这个人吧，好像你的发挥都没有什么人看见。
乐意战胜他很有意义，我比他更厉害。
我感觉我肯定比他厉害一点。我觉得这场比赛应该像是那种决赛提前上演了吧，给你们带来一场精彩的比赛。这场比赛赢下 Nova 的话，他的队伍都不是我们对手。
On June 14th, we started with 24 teams across the entire world. Now, we are down to the last 4 teams, the best of the best, the strongest ones that survive through all. Tensions are electrified. Stakes have been raised as we get into our first semifinal between FunPlus Phoenix and Nova Esports.
We've entered our dark universe, Mark. The thunder clouds overhead, including this morning. And yeah, we've got a semi-final. One of the players said it was a preview of the grand final. I think it is fair to say the winner here is a favorite going into the grand final.
Storm is brewing, TJ. Ooh. And that storm could be FunPlus Phoenix continuing their surge of dominance from the WRL, or it could be Nova looking to upset the king of the WRL.
I think that's absolutely the right framing, because Nova Esports, we were actually watching this tape last night, beat FPX the last time they played. Admittedly, that wasn't in playoffs. That was during the regular season. A lot has changed since then. FunPlus Phoenix looked much better when they won the entire Chinese league, and Nova Esports looked a lot shakier when they scraped in here.
94 days since the last time they played against each other. I could be wrong on that.
Oh, well, you said it confidently. So here we go. The rematch for FunPlus Phoenix, one of the best teams in China, one of the biggest esports brands in the world, a team that anyone will be familiar with. For Nova Esports, if you're a mobile esports fan, you're familiar with them. Nova Esports have long had successful international mobile esports teams, many times outside of China. This WRL team was one of the first times that they had a Chinese organization representing them on the international stage, and you can tell that they're pleased to have it, investing in an all-star roster, which made waves immediately in the WRL qualifiers before succeeding in the WRL, scraping out in third place, maybe lower than expectations after their initial results, but they've got a chance here internationally to beat the #1 team in China.
Nova Esports, you saw in the video teaser leading up to this match, many teams aware that Long is the foundation for the squad so that he can be the 1v9 king. On the flip side, FunPlus Phoenix, saying, our jungler's better, and he doesn't need to be as flashy as yours.
Yeah, and you can back that up with this stats. Long is actually he's not technically the kill leader in this tournament because Chaz over on RRQ played a truly incredible number of games, and he has like 8 more kills than Long still. But Long is the kill leader among players still in the tournament, and by a mile. He's got 70 kills in this tournament so far across a very small number of games. He gets the job done for Nova Esports. Other members of the team set him up, and he knocks things down. You can see them playing through him here again as they lock in the first phase of this draft. A Lee Sin and a better carry champion there is not.
Nova Esports going back to what worked so well for them in their series against Rolster Y, the quarterfinals last weekend. Long, instead of indexing on a late game carry, he is going to be the early bridge that structures Nova's early game into a mid game that will, hopefully for them, prove to be better than FPX's.
And I will say there's a difference between the way that Long plays Lee Sin and the way other people play Lee Sin. Most of the time, we talk about Lee Sin as this early game threat that's going to fall off and enable other players into the late game. He's going to do all that bridging during the early game, and then throughout the mid game still be a carry threat, because he builds full lethality, and because he gets a big gold lead.
The other thing, too, about Long is he will still be able to find crucial playmaking opportunities in the late game that will clutch out games, even when you look at a Lee Sin and say, okay, what is he going to do? There's no way that he can steal this dragon away from me. There's no way he's going to find a kick onto my back. Oh my god, he just did it.
I also want to flag some of the other things that we got in the first rotation from Nova. You saw the Corki getting first picked here. Expect to see that throughout this series. Very high priority between these two teams. It gets taken away from Yezi. Yezi basically has only played Corki this tournament, so instead he's going to be on Karma this game. The Karma of deliberate takeaway, I'm sure, from Nova, but also will be key in enabling 0711, in enabling frontline for FPX.
Taking a moment to absorb all of the bans so far. No Ziggs means that there's not going to be a strong magic damage dealer for Nova Esports, and FPX sniping away the other main magic damage carry in Morgana.
Very teamfight focused draft so far from FPX. When you see that Morgana, when you see the Rakan, when you see the Jax, all those characters have big CC spells, and that's an indication that they're looking to start organized fights. Use that layered CC to leverage FPX's team fighting ability and lock down individuals.
Nova Esports have to solidify their support in. Galio will be the call. And what I'm looking at for FPX, every single champion for this Jax has a shield. They are all ensuring that they will play through 0711 to be that frontliner that can have all the protection he needs while still putting out tons of damage.
I would frankly expect this final pick to be a huge carry in the top lane, and yeah, there we get it.
Okay.
So I don't think all this shielding is actually for 0711,
well, not
though
anymore.
This is how any other team would play it. Any other team, you're absolutely right, would be all about the Jax in the jungle. FPX play to their top side early. 0711, as they were talking about, not as flashy of a carry jungler. He's going to be the aid, the support, the engager. And Fado on this Lucian top versus Riven is challenging Yaz to a 1v1. He's going to say, Yiza, yes, you have more lethality. I'm going to be able to dodge all of your engage, stay at a distance, and with the aid of Karma, especially Ardent Sensor, do the damage necessary to win early game team fights for FPX.
And that's during at least the skirmishing part around the objective fights, 5 minutes into the game. What I'm going to be really focused on is what will Nova do to punish something like a Lucian Baron lane. The reason why we don't see Lucian succeed on the top side of the map or even in solo lane is usually, yes, you have laning dominance, but teams don't successfully translate that into meaningful advantages. And you are playing against a Lee Sin, who is one of the best gankers in the game that can punish something that will overextend naturally to the lane setup of Lucian versus the Riven.
Over on the Nova Esports side, it is all about Long. It is all about using and supporting that Lee Sin engage. You see the Orianna, the Galio, that's a 1-2 punch that follows a hard engager. Expect Long to go in, carrying the Orianna shockwave, and then to be followed up upon by a massive shockwave from the Galio heroic entrance.
Sparks fly as we head into Game 1 between FunPlus Phoenix and Nova Esports, and already checked out. We got some potentially lane swaps coming in, or at least some early vision for the Baron side of the map.
Yeah, early rotates coming out, and I think they're anticipating what Nova are doing here, which is Yuza and Neon roaming up from the mid lane. This is a very common WRL strategy. We're seeing it deployed against other WRL teams to get extra gold onto Neon so that he can be a bigger threat in the mid game.
Just a straight up exhaust. That is Neon saying, you cannot contest this wave. We're going to instantly clear it out and bypass the early point of the game where Yitze would be normally weak to Fado in the Lucian lane.
Yeah, Yuza does get the gold there on the top side and the gold in the middle of the map. So they've given him more gold as he approaches lane, but also once Neon reaches his own lane here and catches the wave, you will see that he has the gold advantage versus Yezi. That's going to be rough. Versus Yezi. So as Yuza left the lane against Yezi, he was able to escort Neon up to the top side, get extra gold, and it will be a big advantage to this Corki, who does a decent amount of damage for Nova Esports in the team fights.
Yeah, I think it's just really cool that Nova Esports, we already asked, hey Long, you're the Lee Sin, are you going to do anything about this Lucian Riven lane setup? They've already taken plans without even involving the jungler. Long has finally finished his jungle clear setup. He's trying to contest this mid wave. And I expect that Nova Esports want to carry that momentum over to the top side so they can protect Yitze in this Lucian matchup.
You can already see that that Lucian is so strong as well, zoning melee champions.
Even with the support.
Yeah, and I think that Fado is going to keep trying to do that, keep trying to bully that matchup as much as possible. You see FPX play this way quite often. There's a fair amount of conversation that goes to 0-7-11. He looks good when the entire team is playing to like a Jax composition. Like he will leave this game looking pretty good because he's playing Jax and FPX will get to the late game.
Right.
But he is going to play a more supportive role on this team. You're not going to see 0-7-11 find ganks for himself in the same way that a lot of other Chinese junglers do, in the same way that Long does.
Yeah.
0-7-11 is probably going to show up once or twice in the top lane to support Fado, to make sure Fado is getting gold, and then going to focus on farm.
0-7-11, looking at the map, rather than, oh, this is a gold mine that I can cash in on. It's more like, hey, are my homies doing okay? Are they eating good?
Sure. Yeah.
Bam. And then he doesn't necessarily need to come to a lane, because as you were talking to me, especially about FPX and their playstyle, they are very comfortable with taking 50-50s in lane matchups because they are bold enough to understand that they will always be comfortable going into the mid game without needing to create an advantage through jungle pressure. It's just about the laners being better.
Which is something that FPX has the luxury of because they're so reliably winning lanes. Nova Esports on the other side, very pointed, as we see during this composition, all about landing the combo behind Long, him going in, getting the Orianna Shockwave behind it, getting the Galio entrance behind that.
I do have word that while we're in this pause, we have some fans that have shown up here in Singapore to check out this intense semifinal going into game 1.
In Singapore?
In Singapore, dude.
Where are they in Singapore? Marina Bay Sands.
Yeah. I believe it's the convention center. I don't remember
which... Marina Bay Sands Convention Center.
Yeah, I don't remember which floor, but...
It's it's near where we were getting tested. It's that whole area out front.
Oh, we do have sounds of the fan zone, actually. Should be able to feed that through. I want to hear the fan zone go wild. If you're in the fan zone right now, give us your biggest cheer.
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here at Marina Bay Sands for the Wild Rift Icons Fan Zone event where we have free food, free drinks, we have amazing prizes for you guys to win, and you guys can even play a game of Wild Rift while seeing who is going to take home the trophy for the inaugural Wild Rift Global Championship.
Got a 5v5 head-to-head phone setup. 2, we're playing an 8-ramp, so we're gonna see how it goes here.
We've got an awesome game for you guys to participate in, and you can win a bunch of awesome Icon swag.
Come on over to the Icons viewing party here at the Marina Bay Sands. You can take a picture with the actual Icons trophy that will be hoisted for the first time ever in Wild Rift Esports.
We're excited to have you here to watch all the action, and the best part is this Icons viewing party is totally free.
Yeah, Mark, it's totally free.
Free!
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 At the Marina Bay Sands Convention Center, you can head on in if you're in Singapore and watch all the games, as well as, and I didn't realize this because we weren't allowed to go there. I was very upset about this. It was only Riku who got to go there. That crew that you see on camera were the only people legally allowed from the talent. Anyway, that's just something I'm upset about. But apparently, you could go there and play all kinds of fun games like they got allowed to and we didn't get allowed to. Like the ARAM? And taking photos with the trophy?
I'm a big fan of the swag that they had, honestly. So
yeah.
I might have to
and hanging out with RRQ?
Yeah. Dude, I always love hanging out with RRQ, man. Also, they had Roaster Y there as well, so fun teams.
I mean, also Roaster Y.
Yeah.
An early pause here in the series between FPX and Nova Esports. If you are wondering where we're at, presumably resolving some technical issues on stage. We do have a bit of a fun setup for this series as well, because it is our first semi-final mark. We've got the second semi-final later this week. And I think it is fair to say, as we look in reference to the other semi-final between J-Team and Team Flash, that both these teams are favored coming in. This first semi-final will determine who leads that grand final by default. So, framing this as the match between two of the best teams in the WRL, two of the expected favorites in the grand final, puts us in a very dicey position.
How would you say that? Are you saying that this is like a preview of an expected
Well,
final?
they said a preview of the final. I think this is a preview of the favorite, which means that the winner here going first is like you have an extra couple of days if you win that match, if you're J-Team, if you're Team Flash, you have an extra couple of days to try and figure out what you're going to do against either FPX or Nova Esports.
Their opponents will eventually be the winner of either Team Flash or J-Team. And that semifinal will be taking place tomorrow here at the same time. One of the things that I was really hyped up about was the trash talk between both FPX and Nova Esports.
Yeah, Yami was bringing it.
Yami was saying like, yeah, I'm going to be the better support. I hope you enjoyed your stay in Singapore. You're going home earlier than you thought.
He said, you don't have to stay in Singapore anymore, which I love because it's like, oh, you know, it's been so difficult for you having to keep pace with all these teams, you know, having to work. It's all right. You could go home. You could take a vacation.
I'm doing you a favor.
Yeah. And Lay on the other side, just, I'm better than them.
Well, he's going to have to put the money where his mouth
Prove
is.
it!
Prove it! Right here, on the Rift, baby.
As we do get back into it, reminder of the game state. Fado from the top lane on the Lucian is going to be the early thrust for FPX, and you can see them rotating in order to do it. Nova Esports on the opposite side are playing defense, primarily scaling their mid laner, Neon, as we saw in the rotate game early. And it is Yuza who is being focused out.
And this is exactly what FunPlus Phoenix did in their game 1 against RRQ quarterfinal series last week. They rotated all their support and their jungler towards the top side of the map, bullying the respective Baron laner off the towers, funneling and snowballing the gold into Fado's pockets. And it makes incredible sense here since this Lucian needs to come online early.
Mark, Neon, I get it. It's their strategy that Neon just came up and took all of the gold from that top lane wave. But also, if I am Yuza right now, I am a little bit upset.
Dude, I needed you to just shadow me in case they dove me. I didn't need you to take my wave.
But it's their strategy. I think they recognize that Yuza is going to have a rough time in this melee versus range matchup, and so they're putting as much gold as possible on to Neon, who does a significant proportion of Nova's damage.
See, that's the copium angle I tell my teammates. It's like, hey, you're not going to get this gold anyway,
Right.
so it doesn't matter who gets it as long as one of us is getting it.
Mark, I'm so angry whenever you gank my lane, miss, and take all my gold. It does not work. Long's taking his gold as well!
Hey. Nova knows who the real carry is. Come on.
Yeah. So, as you can see by who they're distributing gold to, Nova are going to play through that mid-jungle duo. And you can expect Long to start showing up in lanes trying to gank. We already saw that down bottom, where he and Remake and Yami, who are going to be the core trio of Nova in terms of engage, in terms of finding those fights, tried to shut down Xiaoma and Lei.
Alrighty, FunPlus Phoenix, all their efforts for Fado has netted him a solid 600 gold lead, allows him to complete a Black Cleaver first, so it's not the hull breaker that we usually see rush for Lucians in the solo lane.
Yeah, kind of interesting on the opposite side. We're talking about Long as the expected carry of Nova Esports. They did try that bottom lane gank, came up dry with nothing. And indeed, you can see 0711 trying to steal away some farm. This isn't even really about getting the Jax big, though that's of course a good thing. It's about shutting down Long. And so far, FPX have done a masterful job of denying that Lee Sin any early game traction.
A common matchup play out condition for Jax into Lee Sin, or any carry jungler into Lee Sin, is it's not about having to fight the Lee Sin early on, it's about making sure that he doesn't just get out of control. Yeah. And if you can bypass that time, you can comfortably farm all of your camps, and you will naturally outpace the Lee Sin later on.
And Nova keep having to send people up here as Fado shoves this wave in again and again and again. He's now almost 200 gold ahead of Yiza, and he's doing that on the Lucian, which means that during this first team fight, as we head towards our Rift Herald and Ocean Dragon, he's going to be doing an awful lot of damage.
And the fact that FunPlus Phoenix were able to snowball so much gold into Fado, bypass the first 4 minutes of the game without any devastating impact from Long's Lee Sin, is a huge boon for FunPlus Phoenix as they head into potentially our first mid-game fight.
So here we go. The opposite side for Nova, if they want something that will do damage during this first team fight, it's all going to be about Long, it's about Neon. Neon does have his package and an awful lot of gold. Long does have Lee Sin.
Looks like Neon is actually trying to poke 0711 off the Dragon as Long wraps up the Rift Herald, beelines towards the top side of the map, and forces FPX away from supporting Fado immediately.
Okay, so Rift Herald traded to 1, Nova Esports got it, Ocean Drake in response to FPX. Long pressing the top side. They needed that turret. Nova Esports badly wants an early gold lead so that they can force this game to their advantage using the Lee Sin. On the opposite side, FPX are very happy getting the Ocean Dragon and extending this fight up top because it gives them more time to bring that Jax online, to bring their Morgana online, to bring their late game team fight online.
And this is, if this is your first time watching Wild Rift Icons, and this is your first time watching FPX, you'll notice that in a lot of their games, there might not be a lot of kills, but there is a ton of active actions that are being made by FPX to deny the enemy team, in this case Nova, from being able to get ahead.
And you can see, I also want to highlight an example of one of those. Fado getting really risky in lane, poking up there, because he had Lei shadowing him in the bush. They were trying to bait and engage out of users so that they could get a free kill up there. And that would have given them the turret. You can see Fado's actually broken 2 turret plates all by himself just with this advantaged matchup in lane.
FPX, one of the things that we have come to admire about this team is their constant line of communication, actively and fluidly reacting to what their opponents have been doing throughout Icons, and being able to have spatial awareness of where everyone is on the Rift.
Over on the Nova Esports side, all their gold is going to the bottom side of their map. Their Orianna and their Corki. Those 2 carries will be so deadly in the mid and late game team fights, and they're necessary because Nova, as you can see, are not able to force the fights they have against lesser teams. They're not able to get early long Lee Sin engagements. They've been denied at every swing on that front, which means that now Nova are looking at the FPX scaling damage and going, okay, how are we going to fight in the mid-late game? Poke.
Boom. And
Prod.
Whittle them down from afar. Use the long range to advance to your advantage. Nova Esports, while Long's early advantage has ceased away, 0711 still has to fear Long's Lee Sin in these mid-game fights.
Yeah, so the poking and prodding coming out from FPX is the desired game state. Nova Esports across this entire game will still have the same problem. Even when they get late game, how do we start a fight and make it go? How do we get Long into the front lines, carrying the Orianna ball, with the package following him, with the Galio ulting on top of both of those? That's their game plan. It's start a fight that's 5v5 that lets us just roll through the enemy front lines, reach Xiaoma and Yezi and Fado in the back lines of FPX.
Yitse and Long do have an insane amount of mobility. Hold up now, Long. Oh, this force to flash.
This is the
He
dream.
stasis. Fado, I think he's got him. A Dragon's Rage kicks him over the way. No way, he gets out alive, right? Long forces the flash out of Lei, but he secures first blood for FPX. And Yitse trades one back out to the bottom. No, but we've got Chaos on the other side of the map because it is 0711 splitting on the bottom.
0711 realizes everyone's rotated up to the top side. The second he sees the Galio ult, he knows he can go into the bottom side.
Lei and Yetzi pushing the tempo here.
He I-framed it.
Yeah.
He used the Galio dash to dodge the Transcendent Embrace. That was incredible from Yami.
Nicely done. Yami dodging out on potentially a kill for FPX, but it's still 0711 pushing the pace with that turret take.
First kill to FPX, first turret to Nova Esports, second turret back over to FPX. At the end of the fray, FPX have earned a tiny infinitesimal cold advantage, and the two teams are dead even.
It took 8 minutes to get there, TJ, but finally, blood erupts from the rift. FunPlus Phoenix are the ones that strike first.
Rift Herald's coming back up very shortly, and FPX are fully positioned around it, daring Nova to step in. This is Nova's chance to do that rolling engagement. Long starting things off with the Orianna Shockwave, Yami following behind. And the second they threaten it, the second FPX see that four-man core pushing in together, you can see they disappear. Ghost back into the fog.
Long will have to be careful about how he chooses his engages and his mobility tools. He is down to flash, which means if he commits both, he is dead and gone.
Their key targets are Yezi, 0711, and Xiaomong. Those are the three targets they want to find in the backline. Fado's going to be stepping a little bit further forward. Okay, here's the package for zoning. FPX.
Okay, Transcendent Embrace, it pulls Yami back, but he is bodyguarding them. It gives time for Long to be able to secure the Rift Herald. The fight erupts. Xiaomong press forward. Fado pulls out the culling and forces them back, but it's still a kill over to Yitse. 0711 almost goes down.
Great fight for Nova, and it comes from Yiza, the man who's been starving all game, who's been struggling in lane. He steps to the front lines, finds himself the kills necessary to win that fight, and it's all him occupying 3-4 players' focus. As he buys time for the team, the rest of the squad uses the package, uses the space created by it to burn down the Rift Herald. And now they can try and do it again as we head into our Dragon. It's going to be a Cloud Drake, so lower priority. But I don't doubt that two WRL teams will fight over a Cloud Drake if given the opportunity.
Take this time to lower the tension bar a little bit. Honestly, TJ, it's crazy to me that it was that long before we finally saw sparks go off between the two teams, but you could see how well FunPlus Phoenix were maneuvering around the map.
Dude.
Just to dodge any sign of aggression.
Nova wanted to fight them so badly. We didn't really talk about it at the time. Hi, Yami. We didn't really talk about it at the time because there was a lot going on, but the full engage with 3 players that went like behind the Dragon Lane turret in 2-3 minutes and didn't get anything was so tragic, but also so impressive from FPX.
And you can just tell why this team is so respected, so admired from many around the world, because they are managing to do things that other teams cannot come close to in terms of execution.
Respected by many, I will say Nova Esports not among the FPX respecters.
That's because they want to take them down, TJ.
Yeah. And some of the disrespect we've seen so far includes that team fight around the Rift Herald, which was really impressive. The way they used the package to split the fight, that's the reward for giving all that gold over to the Corki. That package hurts. And they drop the package, separating the team fight, and then you have the Riven sit up front. Riven, not a very tanky character, especially when Yeeza's been kind of struggling in lane. He's done a really remarkable job keeping even, but he is behind in gold. And he manages to hold that front line because he lands just the sickest series of stuns I've ever seen. It's Riven just playing the kit perfectly in a front line so that the enemy team can't full focus him. And I think that was some kind of rare mispositioning from FPX in order to get into that situation. They're so desperate to gain access to the Rift Herald that they think, oh, it's one Riven. What can they do? Stun us individually for 4 seconds?
No way.
No way, dude. Yiza pulls it out. And now all the early game gold building we saw onto the Lucian is gone. That Lucian is past the point where Lucian is really scary as an early game AD carry. Still going to be a solid contributor to team fights. Fado still will have damage in team fights.
Yeah.
But they didn't really reap the rewards of having an early game Lucian, beyond the fact that it made it more difficult for Long to find any traction.
And it made it difficult, at least at the beginning, for Yitse to move around the map and be able to make plays on the Dragon side of the Rift. The other thing I want to flag here for Fado is, as we get later and later into the game, because of Lucian's natural short range as a marksman, he is so dependent on his mobility and his culling to be able to do effective damage from safety. If he ever dashes in, and it's the wrong dash, that early game advantage.
Boom! You did like a gesture, but the audience didn't hear that, so
it's okay. You picked up.
It was like a whoosh gesture, like that's getting washed away.
It's getting swept down.
I liked it. And we have kind of a mixed bag going into the late game as well, because on one hand you're like, what do you mean mixed bag, TJ? There's a Jax. Yeah, 0711 has the Jax. That will be really good in the late game. But on the opposite side, you're looking at a full wombo combo engage. So just as FPX do genuinely have a really good late game combo of damage dealers, they're really good at skirmishing.
Yeah.
I think the team fight, even in the late game, rests with the team that can Orianna Galio wombo combo engage. And Orianna has been kind of undervalued so far this event. She does some of the most late game damage in the game. If you can protect an Orianna in a team fight, she will just sit in the backline, moving her little bull around and doing absurd amounts of damage.
Her cooldowns get insanely fast.
Yeah,
when you get
shockwave
close.
multiple times in the same team fight.
Yeah, and then command attack is one tool that not a lot of people expect to do a considerable amount of damage, but because
that's the little burst around the
no, that's
Orianna
dissonance. The attack is actually just moving the ball
Oh yeah,
around.
the move.
Yeah, and the move action itself does damage.
True,
and
an incredible amount.
Yeah, one instance, it's like an eighth of my HP, but you can cast that like every 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds.
And in the late game, not only is it doing like, I would say more than an eighth at that point. It's
Oh,
like
yeah,
a
yeah,
sixth of your HP in the late game, but also all these Oriannas are building Conqueror. So
they're stacking
you
that
do it like
adaptive
3
damage,
times in a
baby.
team fight, and by the end of that team fight, it's like a fourth people's HP on every move of the Orianna ball, and then you hit the dissonance
Yeah,
button.
it's deceptive. That's the beauty of good Orianna gameplay, because you're so concerned about the Lee Sin trying to find a roundhouse kick
100%.
to you on the face, a Riven coming in with a giant sword slashing you, and then you're just like, okay, I'm fine, right? I got, boom, shockwave. Oh
Shockwave!
Bam!
Bam!
Yeah.
So that's going to be the trouble in the late game for FPX, who, yes, have Jax, yes, have Morgana, who similarly is really good in the late game.
Yeah.
But don't necessarily have the late game team fight. I think Nova have a really good draft for that, because they'll have that really beefy frontline engage, followed by a really scary, sustained team fight.
And I wanted to go back to a point that you flagged at the beginning of the draft phase, or at the end of it before getting into game. When you looked at FunPlus Phoenix's composition, they have a lot of range, but one big thing that you talked about was Lei is really the only main engager. He's on a recon, and if they burn quickness or they burn grand entrance too early, they have no ways of being able to force a fight on their terms, which is why it is imperative that they're the first ones to the objectives so that they force Nova to go into them.
And we've seen that a couple of times so far, where Lei is so far ahead of the rest of the team, right? We saw it around that Rift Herald fight just a couple of moments ago, where Lei is actually genuinely doing incredible engage work, but nobody else on that team is keeping up with him.
You really want to walk across a package, Lei?
Well, I wasn't there when he went in.
But then the package came out, and Lei is like...
I think he actually dashed over it, so he didn't notice it, but Jax isn't going to be able to get in range. His dash isn't that long. That will change.
Come
not
on,
the range
guys.
of the dash, but 0711 will get more comfortable being a frontline engager as we get later. But until then, yeah, your best team fights are going to be on the back foot. You're looking for the Morgana to land a big Dark Binding, which is, you know, a long-range spell, but in the context of the way these two teams are playing macro, pretty short-ranged.
Yeah.
And you need Nova Esports to be stepping into you, ideally, so that you can land a big 5-man knockout, followed by the Morgana Dark Binding, and then get in there with the Jax Counter-Strike. That's their dream team fight. And it's going to be dicey if we do go to the late game.
The mobility introduces a lot of mind games in those late game team fight situations, because as you're inching closer and closer on such mobile bruisers like Lee Sin and Riven, it's up to you to determine, hey, do I think I can beat the projectile speed of like something like a Dark Binding or Karma Poke or even a Grand Entrance coming out? Or do you just walk up and see like, okay, do I get them to play chicken and lose and force out the projectile so I can dodge it more easily?
Yeah. And we kind of have made a big deal out of this top lane matchup, which ended up being a handshake. We've made a big deal out of Long, and he's ended up kind of being shut down, being very quiet during the early game, aside from some really good objective takes. Not a whole lot of noise coming out of those star players. But Nova Esports have ground out a gold lead through the fact that they showed up first to those objectives. Hadley Sin won the advantage in the second objective fight. And FPX are still on the back foot going into the second half of the game, waiting for scale-up, waiting for their janks to come online, which I think does favor Nova, but it's going to come down to at least one major team fight. So here we go.
Damn, that was so well timed, TJ. Good job.
I felt it in my bones. I actually can't explain it, but we were sitting there and oh, okay, I'm going to stop bragging now.
We jinxed it!
I'm going to stop bragging now. I didn't feel that in my bones, that one.
Well,
I think I'm feeling that in like my back.
I don't want to burn through all of our cool story talking points. So one thing I actually
at this rate, we're going to need a lot of pause talk.
One thing I actually want to
at this rate, it's just kind of like a, okay, we still have the same issue type deal. That wasn't a, we fixed the issue and now there's a new thing. That was a, is this fixed? Oh, I hit the play button, it's not fixed. Get back into the pause.
It's like when you put the tape in and then it's still got the tape like all caught up in the receiver and you're just like, oh no. But something that the desk was mentioning at the top of the pre-show was talking about how Nova or Long is currently the second highest kill leader right behind Chaz.
Yeah, you can see the score right here. I was looking at the spreadsheets at the very beginning of the game. We have some very cool spreadsheets that were given to us by Riot Games. And I was like, wow, you know, if only there were a way to quantify how much Long does for Nova Esports. And here it is. He's got 70 kills across the tournament. Chaz is the only player that comes close, and that is, I think, Chaz played very well. But also, RRQ played a frankly astonishing number of games. And you have to remember, Nova, despite coming in through the play-in stage, did win most of their games pretty quickly. So, Long is a disproportionate kill leader for his team, and he is still in this tournament, which means, first of all, if Long gets 9 more kills across this series, he will be or 10 more kills across this series, he will have more kills than anyone else in the tournament. He will be the kill leader for Icons. And secondly, this means that it is possible, especially if Long wins this series and goes on to play in a Grand Finals, a best-of-7 Grand Finals, that he crosses the 100-kill finish line this tournament. And I don't know, I was talking to our production, I was trying to arrange like a balloon, like one of those gender reveal parties where it pops and there's like balloons with confetti inside of them.
Yeah, like at the baby shower.
Yeah! And I don't know if we're gonna get that, but
I mean, I'd be down for just like a cake given to Long, you know.
I was specifically asking for indoor fireworks, and I was told under no uncertain terms that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah,
but I feel like there's a middle ground between cake and indoor fireworks that we can hit, and I really want to hit it.
You know, our studio ceiling is pretty high.
It's pretty high. I think we could do it.
Do you know how high fireworks shoot up?
No.
Oh.
Upwards.
Well,
Who knows that
I've worked at amusement parks before.
Firework technicians?
And we ran like fireworks every night.
Wait, you were a firework technician?
No. I worked at an amusement park where
there were fireworks
every single night. And those things are like...
Give us a number.
200 kilometers high.
Wow, in kilometers as well. That is taller than the building we're in.
Yep.
I think I'm seeing the problem.
Well, I'm glad that I was able to illustrate that problem for you. Oh, wait, hang on. Do that again. You guys didn't see it, but me and TJ
Absolutely not. Nova Esports do have a gold lead right now, and they are climbing towards that 100 gold lead, or 100 kill marker. in the tournament. So something to keep your eye on, and we in production will be keeping our eyes on his kill total.
The audience will never know what we did off camera.
No, they will not, Mark. That is cursed knowledge. Maybe we can get video of it. Maybe we can get video of it later. There's a good setup left to pitch to production.
Okay. As you're saying.
I do want to also talk about the FPX side of things, because it's very easy to talk about Nova Esports, right? They're the long show, long as the son of the dragon, as Leonard likes to say. They're the best jungler
That's
in China.
pretty badass, not though.
Yeah. But on the opposite side of things, you have FPX, who are maybe a little more difficult to talk about. They're the best team in China. We know that because they won the WRL. But what do they do? Everyone kind of talks about 0711, who was really good tactically, but that's not as flashy as, oh, I've got 70 kills in this tournament. But the thing he's really good at is he's really good at repairing lanes. And the thing that FPX are really good at is finding individual picks in team fights. Their frontline management is really good. And specifically, I want to highlight the way that they play around their damage dealers, the way that they play around the middle of their actions in team fights.
I'm just taking notes here. I'm just
okay
listening to everything you say. Keep going.
Sure. Yezi and Xiaoma.
I am in the TJ class right now.
Yezi and Xiaoma, who are on the bottom half of their map, play as damage dealers. And Xiaoma is oftentimes left alone. Like, you'll see during this game, he's on Orianna on the opposite side of the map with nobody really backing him up. And the big thing that he does is, despite falling behind in the early game, despite sitting very, very low on the CS markers in your average game at 12 minutes, Xiaoma, the Dragon laner for FPX, has a negative 13 CS difference. That means he's killed 13 less creeps on average than his lane opponent. But that's because oftentimes his lane opponents are getting ganks, they're getting set up, they have a support. Oftentimes Lei will leave Xiaoma completely alone on the map. And he's still able to show up in the team fights. He does 24% of the team's damage on average in team fights.
24%?
Despite that deficit.
Is there a decimal after
I'm
that?
powering through.
Okay.
And the only player who does more damage in team fights for FPX is Yezi. And neither of those players are the flashy players who get early gold. But both those players are the people who play scaling champions, who play things like Orianna and Corki, and are going to get to the late game and be able to just sit at the back line of the team fights and plink away, while 0711 and Fado are on the front lines, occupying space. And that's the whole dream for FPX, is we're going to play this team fight perfectly, we're going to do real damage in the fights, and you're not even going to be able to identify where it's coming from.
Processing that for me seems like they are, even though you don't necessarily see in flare or fireworks motion what FPX are doing, they're constantly making decisions so fluidly that it looks like nothing is happening. But it's just them creating almost a cloud of pressure that is so omniscient that the enemy team is always feeling it. And any decision they want to make, they suddenly feel like, I don't want to do this decision anymore. This feels like a bad idea.
FPX do a really good job, not just like on the map. Obviously, we make a big deal out of macro whenever we talk about smart teams. Like, oh, this team's so smart. You think like, oh, well, they're taking control of the map in a really interesting way. But what they do more than that is they have really, really good control of team fights. The way that they set up in team fights to enable their carries is the secret. And I think a huge part of that is the players that I haven't mentioned so far, the players that have kind of been an afterthought, Fado and Lei. And yes, Lei is the support player, so he's definitely not on any of the damage charts, but he roams so early. He's out of that lane and into the team fights.
Like
finding
literally
huge knockups, finding huge engage.
Literally the first second of the game even.
Yeah.
He'll come out to Fado's lane and is like, hey, is there another support here? Can I get you some early vision? Can I do something cheeky? They even do it when they have Senna lane setups as well, and instead of Lei going, because he's going to be farming in the bottom side of the map, it's Xiaoma that shows up. We saw that against RRQ as well.
Yeah. And oftentimes Fado is on, like, something really distracting, which I think is the secret, because FPX are really good at putting Fado on, like, a Fiora or something that's going to be really terrifying to deal with, and he'll get the ganks, he'll get the early attention like the Lucian this game, and then come late game, they will be able to use the fact that you're running from Fado, use the fact that Lei is landing big engage to set up for the rest of your team to do damage. The other thing we don't see as much from FPX, but I'm going to set it up because we have like a big pause now.
Sure.
The other thing we don't see as much from FPX, and I'm hoping that we'll get to see from them again in this tournament, is the full CC pick composition, where everyone on the team has stuns, and they have a little bit of this here, and you'll see them in team fights hold this like inverted U shape. Where the very bottom of the U, the kind of bottom of the U is pointed towards the enemy team. And so they can walk forward with Fado, with 0711 on tankier characters at the very front of this inverted U, and any part of that U can engage with a stun. And so they can't be surrounded by their opponent. Nova Esports find it very hard to engage against that, because every single member in that little formation can start the fight. And then whenever they land a stun, the rest of FPX will jump on it like sharks.
Yeah, it's a contrast to a big common position that we have seen from a majority of the Western teams, I think, showed it a lot. For anyone that played a lot of real-time strategy games growing up, you'll normally see there's like line formation where front line, first line, right? And
Fortress style, as we talk about in this game, where you have the tanks up front,
back
and
line,
then you have like a
directly
Varus in the back line,
directly
and then
behind them.
Some like assassins that will hunt the kills once they're low HP.
Yeah.
That's how Chinese teams played at the very beginning of the season, and now Western teams kind of started playing throughout the season.
Yeah, the ways that people would differentiate from that playstyle and try to get around Fortress is something called a flank formation, where you have one core approaching from the left side of an objective, and then you'll have the assassins looking to pick them off and coming up on the right side of the flank to make sure that they can pick apart the fortress. But because of this U formation that you brought up for FPX, it gives them the most optimal coverage everywhere around them, and it's the least amount of distance between each player.
Here are the stats for that top lane matchup we've been talking about. As I said, Fado, a leader in the game, will get all the early attention. He's oftentimes left alone. You know, you will receive some pressure if Long's doing well, but Long isn't there to boost Yiza. Long is there to boost his own bank account. He's showing up to the influencer party to take selfies of himself standing by the pool. And because of that, Yiza's numbers don't look as good, whereas Fado does get enabled by 0711. I think, truthfully, they're equivalently skilled players, and you can see the markers of that in their teamfight stats. Where Yiza's look much better. The teamfight stats specifically are damage dealt per minute, which is a very good indicator of how you're playing mid-teamfight. Yiza's really high, Fado's a little bit lower, because he's oftentimes playing split pushers, he's oftentimes playing assassin characters, sitting in the side lanes on something like a Fiora or a Lucian, which is really good across the map, not as significant in the team fights, despite the attention he gets and therefore his higher kill participation and KDA.
It's pretty cool to see that out of Fado, because going into the knockout stages, we've identified and we have confirmed that FPX have some of the best 5-on-5 decision-making and execution. But it's not necessarily like the only playstyle that they go to, and FPX have clearly demonstrated an aptitude towards the split push and being able to choke and stranglehold enemy teams out of resources through the pressure on the side lanes.
And Fado is oftentimes in the team fights as well as in the split push. He can do both. The only difference I'm drawing here is that during those team fights, Yiza is really good. Yiza is really good at being
really
the
excels
frontline
in that
presence. You'll oftentimes see him on things like Renekton, spending his HP bar as a resource is the shorthand I often use. He also uses his Zhonya's perfectly. If you get a Renekton who like Dominuses into the front line and then stasises, you can't walk past him. And you can see Yiza demonstrating that predilection right now as we get back into the game. Tab back in if you're listening on audio. We've got gameplay again, and we've got a dragon fight.
Rift Herald has been deployed as well on the bottom side of the map. That's going to be maybe a distraction towards FPX. Nova going to try to use that to take away FPX's focus away from the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, so FPX roaming right here, poking away, trying to draw FPX away from this fight. Nova force their way in.
It's minion wave. Nian is holding it
Dive!
all day right through. Three-man taunt from Yami. It locks at the core of the FPX, and they have to back away from the side of the river.
but the damage trade goes all right because Neon hovers at the side, dumping out damage. Now he's focused by Fado, but the kill doesn't come through. He's badly split.
Huge knockup from Lei.
5v4.
It sets up 0-7-11. He gets exhausted. He flashes forward, but now he's blinking on HP. Nova silence 0-7-11, and Neon goes golden, but he is isolated but a good flash away from the pit, and he Valkyries over the wall. He gets out alive. No one goes down from Nova.
And Remake's still full HP. He steps forward. Lei and Fado all need to back away. Without the presence of 0-7-11, they can't take this dragon, and they know it. So FPX reset away from the dragon as that fight was played on the brink of disaster. Nova Esports are going to get to claim the second dragon of this game.
And by pushing the tempo, immediately recycling in teleports as well for Yitse so that he can step up in case anyone from FPX dare to challenge. It's the dragon secure for Nova.
And it's Neon who is the hero, playing on the side of that fight and doing a huge amount of damage. He gets focused by Fado, who commits a full culling to trying to shut him down, manages to survive and get back into the fight. Then he's in an awkward position because he's like on the flank. Everyone turns to focus him. A pixel-perfect Flash Valkyrie gets him behind the pit and to safety.
Honestly, that is like one of the coolest Corki plays we have seen the entire tournament. And it wasn't necessarily like a Corki specific mechanic. It's just the position awareness of how Neon can escape a critical death.
Yeah, really well played by Neon in that team fight. And it does give Nova Esports a slight advantage. The second drake of the game goes to their pocket, and they do have a very minor gold lead, hovering around 3,000 now. The combination of that and the previous skirmishes going their way.
We're at 13 minutes now into the game. The second dragon going over Nova.
Run!
They are hunting for 0-7-11. Kick into the wall.
Dude.
No flash available. I think you might be right. He's going to try to buy as much time as he can. Lei cannot get in range. Whoa, three-man knockup. 0-7-11, no way. He gets out alive, but it's the wind slash. Comboed with Long's damage that takes out FPX's jungler. They're still fighting up to the front line. Xiaoma gets deleted. Nova, do they turn for the Baron?
FPX commit too much to try and save their jungler because they know if the jungler goes down, its objectives over to Nova. And you're absolutely right. Nova could burn the Baron, but I think at this rate they also have enough of an advantage that they don't need to take that risk.
They are looking for the minion wave instead, ensuring the push. Vaudo expends the ignite, creating pressure on the Long. It looks like FPX are able to successfully defend the mid turret, but Nova pulling ahead in these fights. 5,000 gold now at 14 minutes.
Yeah, Nova didn't actually get a whole lot of an advantage from the fight. Let's take another look. 0-7-11 caught out here at the very front of the fight. He jumps forward, buys a ton of time really well, and then the rest of his team commits so hard to trying to save him that they have nothing left in recourse when Long dives into the backlines, assassinates a member, and then bails, leaving Xiaoma overextended because they know they can't find 5v4 around Xiaoma.
At this point, FPX have to reconsider how they are taking these fights. Since that was a pick that Nova executed on, the fact that FPX almost salvaged it from a four-man knockup that Lei created, you can see that where FPX can shine if they fight on their terms.
Morel Nomicon coming online as well for Remake is a huge power spike. He's completed the Archangel staff. Remake is going to do huge damage in the backlines of these fights from here on. As we've already talked about, Neon is doing massive damage in the side of these fights. And so Nova have the game in their hands for now. When will FPX come online? Well, right about now. 0-7-11 has been power farming. He's completed his wit's end. As he's completed Rabadon's death cap, they can team fight at any moment. They just need to win it.
Triple item completion for FPX's jungler means that this is going to be a prime time where Jax can look to clean up the fights. But the fact that Long is maintaining this gold advantage through the advantageous skirmishes that they fought, Nova have all the position in the world that they need to be able to take this fight, but a good pick on Ayami, getting the flash out. Now FPX working with the summoner advantage.
Nova around this Baron setting things up. On the opposite side, it's FPX playing defense, losing ground on the map in 3 different lanes, having to correct that, and then rotate in. Not a position we're used to seeing them playing from.
You even have Long split pushing on the top side of the map, ensuring that not only he's taking up more resources than 0-7-11, but he's also maintaining the split push pressure.
And you see this every time Nova go into a side lane, they force FPX to respond. They force them to play defense on the map. This wave in the bottom side is actually pushing for Nova, and I think finally FPX have corrected it, but they're losing so much ground at all times that they're having to attend to these side lanes. That as we skirmish right now in the middle of the map, 0711 is all the way up here correcting this wave, and that gives things like control of this Elder Dragon spawn over to Nova. You can see they have incredibly deep vision inside FPX's jungle and incredibly good vision around the Dragon spawn itself. That's because of the way they're playing through the sidelines, and it gives them very tangible advantages in these upcoming fights.
Big thing to notice here, Fado did not go for the Hullbreaker at all. It is a crit build from Lucian.
14 seconds on this Infernal Elder Dragon spawn. Vision control still in Nova's hands. FPX try to push forward to gain control of it. They get nothing for that. They haven't even cleared vision in the pit.
Package is on the way from Neon.
Scuttle is over to FPX, which means they will see if Nova start this dragon, but they won't have vision of the dragon's HP itself. So they do not have advantage in this fight. They're waiting to try and bait Nova into stepping forward so they can land their full engage combo. FPX, as we said, want to fight on the back foot here.
Long fishing for a Sonic Wave, doesn't find anything. Lei's got to be careful about where he steps up.
Nova are waiting for a good trigger pull, which looks like Long getting into the backlines, being followed up on by Remake and Yami's ultimates.
And this is good from Nova. They know that they have the package. It's not going to last forever, so they have to start the Dragon. They need to force FPX to face check and
here come FPX. They wanted this fight. This is their dream scenario.
Watch for the grand entrance for Lei. Yitze planning a flank onto the side. It's Yami that goes first. Long engaging, kick flash.
Dead.
They've isolated Lei, and that is main engage gone down. Neon using the package, separating FPX from the rest of the damage on the backside of the map. Dragon being burned down. 0711, can he get in? No, it is secured by Long. Nova Esports, they have the damage. The shockwave clipping Yetzi and Fado, forcing flashing forward, but Navi follows up. Remake has Yetzi in his sights, takes him out, and Long goes under the tower. The stasis only delays the inevitable, and that's a prime
gaming
ace for Nova Esports.
They're pushing further forward. They're so long on these death timers, Mark. I think that's game number 1 of our semi-final.
And Nova Esports surprising FPX, not only being the first team to take a game off of FPX this entire Icons tournament, but taking game 1 of this series.
And taking it easily, shutting down the early game attempt to play through Fado on the top side, and then picking apart FPX in the part of the game where they are supposed to be the best. Nova Esports just went toe-to-toe against FPX's team fights and took them apart.
And you saw the surprise reactions from Nova Esports. A lot of the times in their past wins, it's seriousness, it's composed. They looked at each other like, did we just win that game? Dude, that was easier than we thought.
These are the games they've been waiting for, and we've heard that all tournament from Nova Esports. Yes, it's fun to beat teams from other regions. Yes, it's fun to demonstrate that they're the best region internationally. But the opponent that they have been waiting for all tournament long is FPX, who got the title of best team in China, and this is their chance to prove that wrong on an international stage.
You can tell that the rivalry runs deep for Nova Esports. They have been thirsting for a chance to upset the #1 team from the WRL, and already by taking game 1, not even game 3, game 4, game 5, game 2, they struck first in the series. Yes, TJ, that is the point. Look at this guy.
Yeah, got it.
Oh my God, TJ, I love working with you, but sometimes you grind me down.
I don't know what you're talking about. Let's toss things over to someone who knows exactly what you're talking about. Hi, Digon.
That's not Digon. You did the thing. You did the thing. See? It's not always me. Mika, Riku, Omo. What's up, guys? It's now
clear.
just me. I'm solo
He's
casting.
gone.
TJ is gone out of shame.
Gone.
It's okay,
It's clearly
TJ.
me. Bye, TJ.
Bye, TJ.
Bye, TJ. Bye, TJ.
He didn't say bye to me. He didn't say bye to Mika. He just said bye
because
Riku.
I'm a bestie. Because I'm a bestie.
I'm not hurt or anything by that.
I mean, it's clearly Miku that's here. It's Miku.
I'm just
Miku
all by
and
my
Omo.
lonesome.
It's Miku and Omo. So.
All right, we'll take that.
Yeah. But you know what we won't take? We won't take that loss by FPX. This was Omo. we did predict FPX. This was not an FPX that we grew to be familiar with throughout the group stages. This was an FPX that was very much caught off guard every single time too.
Yeah, and the manner in which they lost as well. Frankly, Nova just looked like they outclassed FPX in that game 1. And correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe that's the first game that FunPlus Phoenix have lost the entire Icons Global Championship.
That is correct. That is correct. Imagine FPX has been winning all throughout, a lot of 2-0s, and now they've tasted their first defeat here in Icons at the semifinals. That's a huge thing.
Yeah, and we saw from the earlier videos that FPX, when they do take a loss, they really do take it to heart, but also that they have suffered this kind of defeat, and it was also Nova Esports that was able to deliver it to them. So, Omo, we talked about this, but FPX, they're known as a powerhouse team, 5v5s and all that. We talked about that during the pre-show. There didn't seem to be any opportunity at all for them to actually show the 5v5s because they were getting picked off.
A couple of things come into that, right? First of all, individual performances were not what we expected as well. Fados Lucian needed to get a lead. That was the whole point of the draft. Lucian has to be ahead of Riven. And you saw how well Iza held on. You saw how well Iza's teammates allowed him to hold on. And he's ended the game something like 5-0-2 or something like that, not dying a single time, not taking much punishment in the Baron lane, losing that Lucian factor. Lei's individual performance, frankly, was baffling to me. This was not the Lei we've come to expect. Everything just seemed to collapse from FPX in game 1.
Yeah, good thing you did bring up Lui because we were just hyping him up as definitely one of the best supports. But his and I mentioned his Rakan, a big fan of his Rakan, but that wasn't it in this game. We were calling this behind the scenes. He was missing so many of his engages, and it just didn't seem like an FPX that was really ready to meet the force that Nova had. And I feel like it wasn't.
Riku's
so
excited.
Much, it wasn't so much that FPX was like that Nova was doing anything different because FPX was just falling behind.
That's true. Imagine before the series even started, we're talking about FPX is the best team fighting team in the tournament. But when we look at one of the first instances, mainly that dragon fight that we saw earlier, it was the very first chance that we get to see the big 5v5 happen. And at the end, it was Nova having the better positioning. They were able to dodge a lot of these key ults coming from FPX, and knowing the fact that, okay, they've blown all of their key ults. This is the time that we can retaliate. This is the time we have better positioning. Their target prioritization from Nova is just so good. And the fact that the composition, look at the composition of FPX. They're very squishy. If you funnel all of your skills, funnel all of your CCs, you're able to immediately make it into a 4v5. At the end of the day, it was a very big toss and turn. But what I really, really love to point out is the spacing of Nova as well. The way that they push and pull with FPX means that they know FPX, how they fight, basically in a 5v5 team fight. One thing that I also want to point out, shout outs to Nian, by the way, I want to show this drawing. I don't know if you guys can see it, but Nian had Hullbreaker as the Corki. Okay, that's a black screen. Nian had Corki. Nian was on a Corki and had Hullbreaker. You know, we are very annoyed at Hullbreakers and they use it on team fights.
I'm fond of it.
Yeah, exactly. So how does he cancel out the Hullbreaker? Nian was separated from his team and he's basically in the middle all this time. Therefore, nearby still, but the Hullbreaker stats are still in play. Look at the black dots there. That's the rest of the members of Nova. The red dots are FPX.
Oh,
I thought it was.
That's what it was.
I thought it was a flanking Corki, but no, he was just utilizing the Hullbreaker and play in the mid lane. I think that's a very smart posipositioning.
Just think of it like Nova, Miku, and I am Corki, just by my lone.
Yeah. Think of it. Yeah, exactly.
That's it. Actually, we matched the dots that you drew on.
Ah, that's true.
Yeah. Thank you for that very colorful illustration. I like the effort on the colors. Very, very accurate. But yes, this was. I'm very surprised because we've definitely seen the best out of FPX. This was not what I was expecting.
Far from it. Let me give you a bit of hopium here, Mika, and the rest of the FPX supporters at home. I feel like this loss does not reflect entirely upon FPX. I feel like this does not reflect upon their strengths. Look at the draft that both of these two teams played out. I think that Nova had some amazing prep. They shifted their focus towards the early, mid-game team fighting comp. I think the snatch on the Corki first pick was amazing from them as well. We touched on how Iza had an over-reliance perhaps on that champion. I think overall the draft was great from the side of Nova. But on the side of FPX, this is not how they traditionally play. We talk about how they like stable team comps. You have scaling, you have the ability to team fight. This draft was not that. If they go back to basics in the next game, I think they have a much better shot.
I certainly hope so, because this if this was, you know, a very different side of FPX, I certainly hope that this was a lot of potential information gathering.
Testing stuff out.
Maybe they were testing stuff out. Maybe they were feeling out how Nova was
BO5.
feeling. Yeah, it is a best of 5. Thanks for jumping on board the copium thing, by the way, Riku. Thanks for that. But now let's relive how Nova took the lead in this series in our HyperX call of the game.
They're so long on these death timers, Mark. I think that's game number 1 of our semi-final.
And Nova Esports surprising FPX, not only being the first team to take a game off of FPX this entire Icons tournament, but taking game 1 of this series.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
that's
real magic.
Nova Esports leading the series with 1 game. I'm pretty confident though, Omo, that FPX can catch up. I mean, we did predict the 3-1. This could be the one, right?
Just no more Lucian, and I think FPX, they are good to go here. It's one of those picks which we've seen a lot of priority on. I think it's one of the scrim champions that I always talk about, especially in the hands of Fado. You have a lot of pressure to get him a lead early. Failing that, things just get so hard for FPX.
Yeah, and I feel like it's also a draft threat. I feel like
Yes.
Lucian seems to be the pick just for the draft, not exactly in game, to prevent, you know, the mind games. You know, Fado can play a lot of these champions at top, Zed, Lucian, things that you normally see in the mid lane or in the jungle, taking it to top side. So it's incredibly very strong if you do pick it, but unfortunately it didn't work out.
It's a gambit, right? If you win the game with the Lucian, your opponent has to think about it for the rest of the series, the potential flex of the Lucian to the top lane. If you lose with it, you just need to reset your mantle and say, okay guys, let's not pick this champ anymore for this series. And we're good to go.
I also want to bring up something that Riku brought up in the pre-show. Your bold prediction about Long playing 5 unique champions. Okay, so he has Lee Sin.
He can't use that anymore.
He can't use that anymore.
Okay, he has
you banned it for him.
I banned it.
Someone let his coach know real quick.
Pretty much. If he picks Lee Sin again for the second time, like my bold prediction is out of the window.
Yeah. What do you think he's leaning towards now? Is he leaning more towards maybe a more late game kind of jungler?
Yeah, Kha'Zix.
Ooh.
FPX is still opting to go for red side, so this is... Maybe they'll try to snatch away the Lee Sin, right? If you give the cocky 1 again, you can go for the Lee Sin 1-2. I think that would be great for 0711, and that would be great for Riku's prediction as well.
Yay!
Yeah, yay!
Yay me!
Yay you! Well, right now Riku's predictions are doing pretty well, but as we mentioned, it's just game 2.
Yeah.
This is a best of 5, and right now we have Zed as the first ban on the board. Omo, how are you feeling about this? No, and Sitch as well comes on in and sent on the side of FPX with a Yumi.
We did kind of criticize like Yezi's champion pool, but Singe is one of the picks which he's the most effective on. I don't have the exact stat on hand right now, but I believe he's 13-0 with it in the WRL. He has not lost a single game with Singe in WRL.
And it's so perfect too, right? Singe answers a lot of the playmaking champions that has a lot of dashes, so Nova wants to get that out of the window. And Karma, while FPX lost earlier, basically got a ton of respect to make sure that 7-11 doesn't get the support and the utility that he needs.
Because he lost that game, he's now 07-11. If he had won that game, he's 07-11.
True.
That's how it works.
That's how it works.
Yeah. That's how
we
it
figured it out.
Okay. Right now, we are seeing the Corki come on in for Nova
another
and
bait champ.
Jace.
Nice.
Yeah.
From one bait champ to another. Cool, FPX.
It's Jace.
But now we have Jax coming on in. How are you feeling about this? This means that that is out of the hands of Long. It could be the Kha'Zix coming in for Long still.
Lino? It's Lino?
It could be another Lee Sin, honestly. Like earlier, Nova...
Oh, but you said
my bold prediction's out of the window. Again, although, okay, fine, Nova won with this draft. It's like, let's not change what's done. Not broken. FPX, on the other hand, Jace has been very 50-50. If you get ahead, sure. If you don't get ahead, fine. I'll default to 1-3-1. It's totally cool. One thing that's left open, though, is the Wukong. And Wukong has been one of the, while it can be offensive, is also a defensive answer to mechanical champions. Like if your Lee Sin goes in, if a Riven goes in, you just pop Cyclone and you basically disrupt the entire combo.
But this is very interesting to me because on the side of FPX, they have many potentially flexible champions.
True.
But they just show it all. Jace is going mid,
Yeah.
Wukong's going top, Jax is going jungle. You have the flexes, but you show everything immediately, and that raises the question of what are you holding here for your Dragon Lane? Because if you're dropping Xiaoma and Lei's pick to 4-5, you gotta have something prepared here. Why else would you show your entire top side like this?
Exactly, you need utility. The rest of this from FPX are damage heavy and setup. You need, like another Black Shield, you need shields for 7-11 to survive in these team fights.
And we saw earlier that FPX, their mood was very, very somber as they gathered for their huddle. They had their energy was really very serious and of course very, very down coming from that loss. We saw from the earlier video that they don't take losses very lightly, whereas on the other hand, for Nova Esports, they were actually pretty chill.
Yeah.
They were pretty chill, like not.
They won.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were chill, and it's just affirmation that what they're doing, their strategy here, really just setting up Long and following through with all that. That seems to be working for them.
Wow.
Now we have a Morgana coming in for FPX.
FPX are really changing things up here on the semi-final stage. I think if you're looking at what they drafted in groups and quarters even, there will be a high priority on the Ziggs right here.
Yep.
Something like Ziggs Cocky was something they won a lot of games with. But now they're just doubling down on the 0711. You must carry us kind of team composition. You still have Poke in the form of Jace, but it's a bit of a change up from what they would usually play. And that's very interesting to me. Why now?
I feel like this is the time they can do 1-3-1. Meanwhile, for Nova, they popped in the Ziggs, which means they're opting for more of a lot of raw damage again for 5v5s and a lot of poke on the other hand. So Nova, what is lacking to me is a very good disengaged support like the Gragas. I feel like Gragas is going to be incredibly important here.
They really just flipped the drafts again. Blue side is an FPX draft, red side is a Nova draft. They just did the same thing as game 1. What's going on here? I want to know what's going on behind the scenes in these teams' minds.
Well, currently we do see and the Galio coming in, locking that down for Nova Esports. We do see Nova kind of taking on this sort of like chameleon-like identity. So if FPX is drafting drafting a Nova draft and Nova drafting an FPX draft. So far, it seems to be Nova is better at adapting to this than FPX is.
I just think that the champions at Nova are once again just stronger than what FPX has.
For sure.
FPX is so reliant on that Jax to pop off, and you see how well these WRL teams team fight sometimes. The kiting around it is too good.
And the fact that, yeah, you're right, the kiting, the range, that means 0711 is going to have a very hard time reaching these backline carries. He has to set up flanks. And now with the Gragas being enabled, that means FPX, when these 5v5s, if they're not confident in the team fight, they can just opt out.
Well, I do really think that, like, okay, so Nova got that one game for prediction support. True. Of course, FPX, I really do hope they know what they're doing. But I gotta say, Omo, I'm actually not feeling too confident.
I'm not. I mean, there are some tools that FPX can play around. Jace's early game, Jax scaling, and the Gragas barrel to displace the Ziggs, the Cocky. But overall, I like Nova's chances more.
True. Yeah. Well, that's what Miku and Omo think. What do Rafa and TJ think?
I'll tell you, Miko, what we think. Even though that this series...
You had to think about it.
Yeah,
you had to think about what you thought.
I was getting ready for the Crusher.
Okay, all right.
Long and 0711. Big storyline matchup here. I'm going to take that storyline and flip it down to the support role because Yami had an insane game-winning engage 3-man taunt, and his statement to Lei summed up in the teaser video we saw, I'm a better support than you.
And we've seen that across game number 1. It wasn't about this statement lanes that this match normally is about. Fado completely neutralized. Jungle matchup completely neutralized. Yes, Long had some good performances in the later team fights, but frankly, it was about Remake. It was about the bottom side of their map with Yami, finding those massive engages for Remake. Nova Esports up 1 game in this best of 3 off the power of the bottom half of their map.
Remake forced to play a different champion this time around.
What?
Orianna taken away.
Oh.
It's the Ziggs, but Yami making a run back on the Galio, baby.
Yeah, Ziggs coming out. Staple, a little bit less scaling power than the Orianna, but longer ranged. Yami here on the Galio, as you talked about, and Nyan, who had an incredible game 1, getting his Corki again.
I really liked how Riku brought up Neon's usage of the Hullbreaker in those team fights and isolating himself so he can maximize the Hullbreaker stats. I don't think that's something that we have seen that often being cognitive in the SID tournament.
Yezi, on the opposite side of that matchup here, is going to have the tools to fight during the early game. So the big marker is, does Yezi get to do huge burst damage to Neon in those shock blasts? Does he have an answer in the side lanes with a Hullbreaker of his own? Because this Corki isn't just Neon's Corki, it's also Yezi's Corki.
I think it was like, what, 7 games of Corki this entire tournament? That's a lot.
That's remarkable. I think that's exactly right, Mark. So, yeah, Yezi has played a ton of Corki. And it's being taken away from him, which is forcing him to reach deeper in his pool.
Karma didn't work out too well for FunPlus Phoenix. This time it's the Jace, something that can contest and look for split pushing.
We talked a lot about Long during the last game. He didn't find the early game control that you expect from a Lee Sin, still was relevant. But we got to go back to it. This is a game where Long needs to find early game gold. This is yet another game where FPX have so far avoided the threat. So far being 2 minutes in, doesn't sound like a whole lot, but Long normally very active in those first 2 minutes. So every moment that FPX stalls out and drags this on without Long finding early gold is a success.
And something that's also uncharacteristic for FPX, when you look back at the other games that they've played so far this tournament, around this time you would see 0711 and Lei roaming towards the top side of the map, trying to push and help a dive for Fado, get some plays on. This has not happened so far.
Yeah, Fado is such a reliably good top laner. He so reliably wins the top lane matchup. You can see him shoving Yuza underneath his own turret. And so FPX normally, when that shove is in force, gank the lane and shut down whatever poor soul is pinned behind their turret. But 0711 so far hasn't felt the confidence to do that. And I think part of that is Long. Whenever we've seen 0711 and FPX have presence up in the top lane, it has been successful. They did get some kills onto Yuza last game, but it was always with pressure surrounding him, with the rest of Nova roaming up and limiting the damage. Just as FPX are containing Long, Nova are containing Fado.
Unfortunately for 0711, he's on top of a ward, so Yami and Remake don't bite any of the bait that Xiaoma was fishing for them. It forces him to stay a little longer than he would have liked.
But it was like a double bait, because 0711 is down here in the bottom lane. The reason he's doing that is to cover for the fact that Lei is up roaming in the mid lane now. He was up top a moment ago. So it's more an efficiency rotate than anything else, I think, from FPX. Like, yeah, it would be really nice if they'd found a bottom side kill, but also because of the way that the players were positioned on the map, they just managed to have 2 players down supporting Xiaoma. And now that the wave is crashing, there'll still be 2 players supporting Xiaoma, and Lei was able to have presence in the opposite side of the map during that time.
Oh ho ho, but Yezi sees 3 people coming towards his face, and he flashes away just in time to get out. But now the 2-man engage from Yami and Remake capitalizes for first blood.
Because they see the roam from Lei. So, brilliant engage by Nova in the middle of the map, and Yezi manages to dodge all of it with the use of summoner spells. Excellent little knockback, followed by a really good sidestep with the Shock Blast, gets him to safety. But during that time, Lei rotates out of the bottom side to try and save his mid laner, and Nova Esports go, okay, well, we can make this play happen down bottom, and they shut down Xiaoma before he can respond.
It's a fluid tactical game from both of these teams. As soon as one team shows their pieces blatantly on the map, the enemy team will strike immediately. And for FPX, they're the ones that lose out on the trade. Nova Esports now net themselves a solid 1,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and it's rare that Lei's roams get punished. Normally Xiaoma has enough control of that bottom lane to stay safe, but early Morgana can't clear wave fast enough. Needs somebody being a bodyguard.
Dude, Yami is on a mission this game, TJ. He said, I'm going to prove to be the better support than you. First roam on the map, already out-roaming Lei and punishing 5 seconds away from the objective spawning.
Yet again, this matchup coming down to those 2 supports, and it may yet again, as it is team fight time. First objective on the board.
Oh, that's a lot of damage from Neon. Dude, does he just lay down the package right now? He's trapped into the pit. Neon, on a solo mission, calls over Yami for the heroic entrance. 0711 has to flash back into the pit just to secure the dragon. Look at the pressure that Noah just put down onto the bottom side. But Yise in the 1v1 of Fado, he wins it! Didn't even need long there.
Massive win for Yise. He'll get the Rift Herald as well. I was waiting for Remake to try and confirm a kill on the bottom side, but instead he's going to roam up. It's Nova Esports get the gold lead on the map rotations. Nobody has enough HP to match them, and so they'll get a free turret in the top side. FPX have but one response is going to be to come down here to the bottom lane, where Neon yet again bullies out 2 players trying to punish him.
Dude,
second charge!
Can we talk about how much work Neon is putting in both Game 1 and Game 2? He's doing a great job of being able to handle so much of FPX's members and pressure on the opposite side of the map of where Nova wants to play. It is neutralizing FPX of being able to find leads where they would normally find them throughout the Icons tournament.
And it's the Hull Breaker being used very effectively in order to gain those kill advantages. As Riku pointed out on the desk, he's always getting that stat bonus from being alone on the map. And then in that pit, the package that forced 0711 to flash out of the pit, like, that's crazy. That's Neon single-handedly using a fairly squishy character to bully all of FPX.
Now Fado has to deal with 2 players here, Yitse and Yami, pushing on the top side of the map. Fado having to call over Lei because he knows he's in the extended side of the map. We're about to have 4 members pushing towards the Baron lane.
And so FPX have signed into this 4-1 split, where there's constantly going to be a Neon and Yezi on the opposite side of the map playing in kind of their own 1v1 kingdom, and the rest of the game is going to be decided by the 4v4. And frankly, Nova have the better player so far in that side lane. A lot of this game rests on Yezi containing the monster in his little biplane in that side lane.
When we came into the series, the expectation for FPX was that they were comfortable taking the 50-50 across all lanes because the results were our laners are playing better than every other laner in the tournament. But Nova are stepping up to the challenge, and they're answering them in every lane.
Yeah, and it's very rare that FPX can get through early games with a goal deficit, because they're normally basically winning everywhere. And so the fact that we're now seeing an FPX in a position they haven't been since the middle of their regular season, behind in golden lanes and having to respond, is really interesting. because 0711 has frankly always looked weak at managing to get an advantage in lane for his players. And so he's defaulting to his other strategy, which is, okay, I'm going to farm as much as possible, and I'm going to try to be the Jax carry in the late game. Last game, he got full build, he completed the Wit's End. That's the third item that normally signals that a Jax is online. This game, he may not, because as you can see, all of his gold is being taken away. Long is stealing away every buff at every opportunity. The rest of Nova are just skirmishing and poking at his farm, and it's having an effect.
And it's the pressure from Neon on the Corki, who can clear the waves faster than Jace at this point in the game, but also Yami, who is answering all the rotations that Lei has been looking for the past 8 minutes.
Yeah, Long shadowing the play here is... it's interesting. Both Nova and FPX simultaneously think to play through this bottom side, the solo lane. Long is kind of shadowing it after he steals the buff, he roams down. One thing that's different this time around, and may have been the reason for that kind of awkward play on the map, is that the Nova Esports vision is much worse than it was last game. They do have the turret tank up top, but they don't have the deep vision that allowed Nova to run FPX around the map last time.
FPX, can they take advantage of it? 7 seconds before the Rift Herald spots, they find a rotation where Neon was shadowing the mid lane. Great capitalization from FPX at tower over.
But 2 players on the bottom side of the map means Nova have a player advantage up here around the Rift Herald. Vision in the pit for FPX. They can play this fight as slowly as they want to.
Lei already used explosive cast, but look
Now
at the
they
poke
need to
damage
get
from
in.
Remake. You can't handle all the Ziggs damage. Mega Inferno Bomb right onto Shalma. Look at the flank from Yitse, finding Shalma, but a flash despite the wind slash, but it is still Neon that comes in as the last flanker, picking up members on the backside of the fight, and Nova have completely vanquished for FPX.
A really good teamfight engage from Yami as well, as Nova re-engage onto the retreating FPX. Yes, it's the side lane flank from Neon. Yes, it's the initial flank from Giza. But then when it comes time to teamfight, and it looks like FPX might be able to turn it into massive taunt from Yami that combines to get them a teamfight win and a mid-turret. FPX, congratulations on your Rift Herald. Hope you can turn it into a turret, because that's what you just lost.
The Rift Herald, before FPX were down only 2,000 gold, they're now down almost 4,000.
Stonks.
Not the stonks that you want.
Oh, right.
Negative stonks.
But they got the Rift Herald, surely that's good.
But they have to use it.
Oh, yeah, okay. Bad investment from FPX.
Unlucky.
Yeah. This poor Jax is going to have to keep farming his own jungle as well, because it keeps getting taken away, and every time the turret falls, like especially that mid-turret, it's so much easier from Nova to steal away 0711's farm.
Now FPX, they have given up control of the dragon.
There we go.
They're trying to go for turret trades. Vado already taking out, or Yetzi taking out the top side map. Rift Herald charges. Doesn't take out the mid-turret, but it gets more turret plates back over to FPX. They're trying to stem the bleeding that Nova is causing.
WCK Rift Herald use, as we called it, when you take the first turret plates but don't take the turret.
Huge.
And in League of Legends PC, that's like really suboptimal, because every place of the turret is harder to take consecutively. So the last turret plate is like a real pain to kill. Here in Wild Rift, all the plates are equally resistant, so it doesn't matter. But it is always really funny. Here for the gold, not the turret.
I just love that you have been keeping track of Rift Herald names. WCK, WNS.
Yeah, the WNS Rift Herald is when you summon the Rift Herald and it doesn't charge.
Man, they're already home, TJ.
it's like 5 a.m. They're not watching. Don't worry.
Almost 12 minutes into the game. It is 4-0 here for Nova Esports, a 3,000 gold lead that FPX have been able to somewhat salvage from completely overflowing.
FPX did a good job on the map, but it's going to be very difficult. They're playing on hard mode from here on. Here come Nova.
And Vado is out
That clone is gone, though.
Dude, it got completely destroyed. Absolutely smacked down.
So FPX, in the late game teamfight, do have a solid teamfight. A lot of it is going to be on the way they engage. You're looking at for big explosive casts and big empowered shock blasts.
Shock blasts are strong enough that they can just walk up and bully the turret down.
They were just like, oh, there's a window here. Nova are too far away. We can tank these turret shots.
Yeah, 300 HP is not that hard to take down when you're that hard in the game.
Look at how nasty that is. It's Morgana Dark Binding onto the pool, which is the common combo, and that of course gets scarier as we get later in the game. But also you can drop the cask from Gragas on top of it.
And you can get the
Shock Blast on top of that. So there's just an incredible amount of like chained poke damage that can follow a Dark Binding at any point from FPX.
Morgana has been such a underappreciated champion throughout the Icons tournament, just because you don't necessarily see flashy stuff come out of the character. It doesn't have the insane mobility of things like Lee
You don't pop people. Even in late game, the Dark Binding doesn't make people vanish in quite the same way that you want it to.
Yeah, even when it does take them out because they're like on a third HP, it doesn't feel as satisfying as like an explosive cask. Boom!
No, but when you look at a team fight and you're like, that's kind of weird. Everyone's HP bar is just going down. It's
just
either
depleting.
Singed or Morgana.
Yeah. Just slowly depleting over time. And especially if you're not paying attention to your own health bar as you're like dashing in.
Dude, I'm a support player. This happens to me. I'm like, this team fight's going great. Hang on. Why am I half HP? Oh, this Morgana is just kiting me and leaving pools below me as I walk forward.
I think the term that you've been using throughout the tournament, which I'm a big fan of, is cooking.
Yeah. Just turning on the heat a little bit.
The gas has been ignited, and the pool is just boiling you alive.
It's because there's all this good food, like here in Singapore, there's a whole bunch of like food courts where you can see the food being cooked in front of you. And so I'm thinking of like the woks and the noodles sizzling as they get tossed around. And that's me. I'm getting tossed around. I'm sizzling.
The oil colliding with the juices of the meats and the vegetables too.
I really like when you can walk up and be like, I want that, that, and that in the wok, and they'll just do it.
Dude, they're so good at it as well.
Food here, incredible. Oh, update on the total kills mark. Long
4 kills away.
At 75, 4 kills away from becoming the leader at this tournament.
Bum, 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 bum.
Chaz's record hangs in the balance. Wouldn't it be really funny if... I'd have to check who's next on the list, but I think if Long and Nova get eliminated and Long doesn't hit 79 by the end of this, and then who's played the least number of games? I guess FPX.
FPX, yeah.
And they have kill distribution, so probably nobody's near on FPX. So if FPX clean up the series from here, there is the possibility that Chaz leaves this tournament as the kill leader despite getting eliminated in the quarterfinals.
May have been eliminated in quarterfinals.
It's almost like I can still feel him. It's almost like he's still here.
But I got the most kills in the game.
The ghost of Chaz haunting our leaderboards.
Chazix slowly just watching you from a window.
Weirdly enough, RQ, they're maximalist. They had both the most kills and the most deaths because Exocid topped the most deaths chart.
You know what? It was for a good cause. They were strategic deaths.
Yeah, kind of. Exocid kind of ran it down sometimes. That one of those Yubi games was real bad. But also, yes, he went really hard. But also, the biggest reason why RRQ topped both those charts is because they played so many games.
And they were just going wild in those games as well.
That is why they kept having to play games. If we could, just to production, could we get a most deaths leaderboard on screen in any way? I want to have this conversation.
They probably have the stats, but I don't know if they have the graphic prepared. So.
Well, they probably have the stats. I don't know if they have the will, because our production's full of really nice people.
They're like, we don't want to set up conversations to fight people. See, the chaotic evil spirit in TJ.
I've been told that they do have the stats, but not the will.
Yeah, the chaotic spirit in TJ wants to see fire on the screen.
Far exceeds the will for chaos in our production. The other thing that I've been keeping track of kind of quietly, it was just like a totally useless stat, but we have all these fancy spreadsheets I'm looking, is total damage dealt in the tournament.
Yeah.
And it's like completely useless. It means nothing. But early on in the tournament, one of the support players, I'm blanking on who, played a really good Yuumi game, and Yuumi just farms damage numbers.
What, the Jess?
I don't think it was What the Jest, which is what you would expect, but I specifically remember it not being What the Jest, which was surprising. Someone will correct me on Twitter. But played like a really good Yuumi game, and because Yuumi just farms damage, like constantly you're auto-attacking, constantly you're poking, by the end of the game, he had the most damage in the tournament just because of that game. Like a truly ludicrous stat. Reminder, I suppose, where when you get to the end of the game and you're like looking at the bar graph and you're like, yeah, I did the most damage. Maybe all of that damage was you on Yuumi auto-attacking an Alistar. And it didn't really matter. But the number is big.
See, that's the copium angle anytime that you lose a solo queue game, and it's like, okay.
You've literally said these words in front of me.
Yeah, because it happens a lot. Where I leave a game like, okay, I may have had the most deaths in the game, but I did the most damage. So
did the most damage?
Yeah, and so therefore, I wasn't the reason why we lost.
Now, did I finish any of those kills? No.
We don't talk about that.
We don't talk, but did the most damage.
Yeah.
What's fun is we have the inverse of those stats, which like is demonstrated actually really well by FPX. Where Fado, if you look at the numbers, like has the most kills on the team. Looks like he's the real carry, but he does almost none of the damage. It's like pretty low. Because the thing Fado is doing, which is a required service, is, oh man, our Corki mid has like poked somebody really low. I'm gonna get in there on Fiora Camille and finish that kill.
Yeah.
Which is a required service. It's like, especially if you have Ziggs, Corki, Varus, any of those characters that sit in the back lines and do poke, it's really easy to just kind of walk away from those characters when you get low.
Yeah.
It's really easy to be like, I'm done here. I'm gonna leave. My HP bar is low. So you do need someone to finish those kills. But who really deserved credit for that kill? I would argue not the guy who just walked in and auto-attacked once.
Sometimes when you look at those stats, you don't think about holistically what they did to get them, and you just kind of blank on, boom, most kills.
Fun fact, I always think about them holistically, except when they're my stats, in which case I have this amazing ability to turn off the analyst brain and just I have the most damage, so even though my Varus
You know what we call that? We call that selective reasoning.
That's a good word for it. Here's a fun track, which I've been trying to peek at the rune pages of pro players this tournament, and I haven't seen it. But I want to theory craft because we have extra time.
Yeah.
And we're talking about Varus and the backlines. When you're playing one of those characters that does really good sustained damage, this Orianna that we had last game, also a really good exemplar of this, where you're like, okay, well, I am hurting everyone in this team fight. Am I finishing any of those kills? No. There are two runes that come into that conversation. One of them is Triumph.
Execute damage.
Which gives you bonus damage when people's HP gets low. And I do see this, where if you're playing something like Ashe specifically, Varus specifically, and you're like, I want to get the kills so that I have the gold to be a carry. Then you run Triumph so that the lower the person's HP bar gets, the more damage you do. And therefore, if you're doing like Ashe burst damage to somebody and their HP bar gets low, even if 3 other people are trying to steal that kill, which you know they are, you do still get the gold. But, flip side, what if you're like me and you're really cool and it's not really a big deal if somebody else gets the kill? Because you're playing Varus, but it's like for the team, man. Here's the rune you can run, and it's like totally illegal. You can just run Pack Hunter. They say it's for supports, but anyone can run it, man.
I actually remember this conversation back when WNS Championship was happening, so at the beginning of May, late April, and you were telling me, like, if I'm playing a tank jungler like Nudu, I should just run Pack Hunter.
Yeah, man. They don't like to admit it, but the gold in the park is just free.
Yeah.
You could just walk in and take it. Because the way Pack Hunter works is you get 50 bonus gold for everyone who contributes to a kill or a takedown that you get. And takedown is assist or a kill.
Yeah.
So
you just gotta tap them.
Yeah, and everyone on your team gets that bonus gold as well.
Yeah.
So if you are in the middle of a team fight and you hit everyone, and then everyone else on your team hits everyone, and then you get the kill, you get money. And you get it for being the Varus who's sitting in the back plinking away. Anyway, that's my soapbox. You can tab back into the view screen now. We've got a video game back.
TJ on his money printing rant.
That's what I'm known for.
What treasurers don't want you to know.
Financial crimes. That is a joke for leagues. Nova Esports versus FPX continues on your screens right now, with Nova Esports at a slight lead. Nova Esports 2,000 gold ahead after continuing to look real good in the team fights in this second game. FPX struggling to scale towards their gems.
Dude, Long has the GA third item once again. So many other Lee Sins this tournament have gone for a more defensive item or even something like a Divine Thunder to increase their durability.
Long's going in.
That's
he knows
right.
He needs it. He also rushes Zhonya's as quick as humanly possible.
Yes.
Because having that stasis button just allows so much outplay. It allows so much mechanical expression.
You also have ways to just bait FPX in as well. You can throw yourself into the heart of the enemy team and they'll think, okay, everyone dive the Lee Sin, and then boom, they've committed tools and spells, and then stasis.
It's the same thing we were talking about. Yeezer's also really good at this. He will full commit to a front line and then stasis, and then you have to respect him because he's going to come out of that stasis angry.
You won't like him when he's angry.
No, you won't like him when he's done sleeping. Don't wake him up from his nap. And so he's like in the front line, frozen, nice little statue, and nobody can walk past him.
Don't blink. Oh! Oh! Well, that's a flash out of remake.
Yeah.
Lei gets it for an explosive cast. That's a nice trade for FPX.
He was really hoping to find a knock forward, though, and Long and Neon, who were on the receiving end of it, were very aware of what was happening.
Unfortunately, Remake doesn't have the instantaneous mobility. Leisure has to either satchel charge as fast as possible, or in this case, flash.
Now, I'm telling you, if you did the Exosin flash body slam combo, where you flash midway through the body slam, he would have found those hooks, because he would have been halfway across the map before Nova realized it.
Shoutouts to Exosin.
Shoutouts to Exosin.
15 minutes into the game.
Gone, but still in our hearts.
True. FPX finding themselves down 4,000 gold as Nova are slowly trying to find a way back into controlling FPX. Oh, Lei, he's stunned. Did you see Yitze? He intercepted the body slam, and that gets the flash out.
Does burn the flash, and that's very important as we are heading into our third dragon of the game. An Infernal Drake arriving here. Nova in control of the Dragon Pit. Resetting everything right now. It is worth noting that Flash is currently down for Long, so he won't have that engage tool either as we get into this major team fight. This is the first team fight that FPX can take on fair terms, so expect them to step forward and take it. 0711 has completed his wits end, so this Jax is online. Yezi has real damage now as well with his lethality Jace.
Whoa, that's a flash out of Yami trying to all-in everything on a Fondo, but that was the clone, and he had the black shield to get out.
So much wasted. Fado manages to slip over the wall with the clone. It's perfect. FPX can start this dragon now.
Dragon being lined up here, 5,000 HP already gone. You see
no
that 0711 is actually falling up on Yami, but everyone is in the backline. Fado trying to use the Cyclone as a deterrent. Explosive cast, punts numbers away. Hero's entrance from Yami, 1,400 HP, and is stolen by Long! And look at the taunt from Yami! It pulls FPX in. Yes, he's so low, he cannot join the fight. And Neon gets slapped up by the Dark Binding.
Neon's doing it again!
He's trying to fight back, but it's still Nova. They have the damage overload. They're the ones that force FPX out of the pit.
Nod does it again. FPX play the team fight perfectly, but that Nova steal away the dragon. So FPX feel they have to overcommit to shut it down. And during that time, Nyan is just dumping out damage. Him and Remake claim the kills. Oh, what a recall. Is that gonna work?
Yeah!
Oh my god.
Right in between the pockets of vision that Nova Esports had there.
That is genuinely very impressive map knowledge. Here's your Coca-Cola pop-off play for a very aggressive team fight. Watch this. So, Yeezer re-engages, but because Long didn't land a Sonic Wave, he can't Resonating Strike in. So Yeezer is overextended, but he stasis and stalls out the fight, and we get this split fight, which looks very good for FPX, except for the fact that Long wins the Smite fight, then goes into stasis and is able to get away. Yeezer finally gets picked off, but they overextend. They're hungry now, and Yan just dumps out damage.
And even with the re-engage from Shalma, trying to isolate Neon there, he doesn't do enough damage to completely 1v1 Neon at this point in the game. And something that Yami did that I didn't realize at the beginning of the fight, as you see him popping off, he was isolated with 0711, forcing him to re-engage, and then he comes in with the Hero's Entrance, but now we're back into this fight. It's a stasis from Long, bang Inferno Bomb, hits 3 people, good damage onto the backline. Neon coming for the package, and look at the burn onto the members of FPX. They're the Phoenix, but they're the ones getting burnt down to a Chris. Long once again onto the backline. Yami holding onto the taunt. GA comes out. Yezi trying to dump damage as fast as he can. It is 0711 trying to turn it around, but it's not enough. Nova Esports live to tell the tale, and Yezi's the only one left standing.
These team fights are so close, Mark.
I have to catch my breath, TJ. I'm not gonna lie. This is so incredible to see for both of these teams.
The engage cycling from Nova, always letting one person being in the front line and spending their Zhonyas to take the majority of the focus from FPX. You see, first Long goes in, attracts the focus, goes into Zhonyas. Then Yiza steps in, does this same thing. And right as it's about to go real wrong, it's Neon with the package yet again, forcing FPX to cut back. FPX never have control of this fight as a result.
They're always reacting. Watch how Neon re-engages here.
GA earning his money. Neon in, cuts the fight in half, and right when they burn him down, the cooldowns are back up for the rest of Nova, and Yiza can step forward. Then when Yiza's cooldowns are spent, that's when Yami spends his tool, which means there's never overlapping cooldowns. There's never a moment where two members of Nova stun the same target at the same time. They always have their stuns, their taunts spaced out, so that every member is doing a stun for the maximum length of time.
That damage number from Remake is ridiculous.
Yeah, we didn't really mention Remake in that fight because he was never in danger. He was sitting in the very back of the fight, just pumping out damage, which is what he does for this team.
And can you believe that Remake didn't have Flash in that entire fight? It only came down to how his front line was protecting him, and then a clutch stasis when 0711 had him below a quarter of his HP.
Yeah, and that's what Nova's team fights, their organization in these fights can earn you. And if FPX don't draft a composition that can get more aggressive into this, they're going to keep losing the 5v5s because Nova are fighting perfectly.
And the Mega Inferno Bombs at this stage of the game, 3.5 items for Remake, is doing some serious chunks from Xiaoma's HP bar.
So here we go with Nova Esports yet again at the 20-minute mark in full control of the map. A little bit of deja vu as I see FPX falling yet further behind in gold and not having enough access to their own jungle to farm their way back into this game. And what are we approaching? Well, Elder Baron. FPX need to make a Hail Mary, need to make a huge play here.
You already have Yitse prepping the wave on the Dragon side of the map, pushing in this wave. There are turrets that are ready to fall from one minion wave crashing. FPX, it's a blanket of darkness on the Baron pit. Do they dare start it?
They don't know that. They have no way of knowing how many wards there are inside the Baron pit, so they can't just free start it. Do they not have any sweepers? They do. They have one, but he's on Lei, and he wasn't there.
Neon has package once again. Look to where they separate FPX in this next upcoming fight.
Wasted Mega Inferno Bomb. Good start for them, but the poke battle very much going Nova's way. This skirmish for the Elder Mountain Drake is spawning just below them. FPX beginning to drift forward, looking for any way to start this fight and more spread out this time, so that they don't get full combos, so they can avoid focusing a single target. Hopefully, Nova are instead, as a result, kiting them into this choke point, these narrow access ways. What is that stasis?
I don't know, but that's not what Yezi wanted to do. That's a crucial ability gone.
That's a huge waste of a stasis.
Long, engaging right into Fado. Burns the Cyclone for free. Stasis buys some time. Here comes Neon with the package. Goes golden. Distracts them momentarily. FPX forced to retreat from the Dragon.
But it's good kiting from FPX. They don't make the mistake they did last time. They don't waste cooldown on players in golden stasis. And now they can re-engage with an advantage onto this Mountain Drake. Can 0711 get there in time? TP's coming in.
It's too late. Nova have secured the Elder Dragon, and 0711 was trying to regain HP, but the opportunity has passed up. And look at Nova. It's Lei trying to re-engage with the body slam flash, but 0711 so low in HP, he's going to have to burn the GA. And Neon and Remake are once again unaffected, undeterred. You cannot get through the front line of Nova, as it is Nova all day, every day. FPX looking to find some stragglers, finding ways to get back, but the damage is done.
And FPX look like they've been mentally out of this as well. That fight was so badly coordinated, they missed the window and then tried to engage anyway. Stragglers, one at a time, Lei miles ahead of his damage. It was not a good fight. It is not a good look from FPX as Nova march towards game number 2 in this series.
They are on the doorsteps of the Nexus here. Yezi doing everything that he can. A kick away from Long, 2,000 HP. He's pushed out the minion wave. Can he deal enough damage to the members of Nova? No, it is not coming through! Nova are on the brink of eliminating FPX and advancing to the finals.
And with one more win, They upset the order in the WRL. FPX won a dominant grand finals only a month ago. And now they stand maybe on the brink of elimination. And it doesn't even look like these games have been close so far.
TJ, did you expect this outcome?
No, I mean, I told you that I thought FPX were better, that Nova were a good match into them, but that FPX were the better team coming in. And not only had Nova beaten them, but FPX didn't seem like they had any new ideas in that game. I think they approached that last team fight better than previous team fights, but they didn't address the fundamental problems, which is they're getting out team fought. So this next series, I want to see some changes in the draft. I want to see some fundamental changes in how FPX are approaching this series. If they don't show new form, they might get eliminated here and now 3-0.
Well, from the analyst desk side of things, I know there's one person who is currently feeling very good about their prediction. Yeah, Riku! Let them know! Let them know!
Hi, Mika. Hi, Omo. How are you guys
She's
doing?
feeling really, really good right now, as you can tell. Yeah. What was that? Okay.
My evil laugh. I'm practicing already.
I
for
miss
later.
being the smug one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a good feeling
I
being
know.
on the other
It's like
side. Yeah.
It's like you don't know how to not be the smug one.
Yeah,
so it's not, you're lost.
Really,
You're
really,
lost
it's my
little boy
turn
right now.
now.
I don't like
It's my
this.
turn now.
But yeah, you know, earlier we talked about Long and how he was best jungler and everything. Everybody was watching Long. Nobody was watching Nian.
Nian is just so insane in this series so far. Game 1 and game number 2, it felt like he had a different assignment. It felt like he was also playing his own thing, doing his own thing. And from shadowing 0711 and the rest of the squad, he's always quite separated from the group, and then he'll join eventually. His packages were very aggressive, were very effective, and FPX have to keep an eye. Look at this. Look at Nian's positioning here. He's far away. He's always coming in late. It's so good. No, it's so good. It's all part of the plan.
Yes.
It's part of the plan.
It
Because
is.
you're out of
It is.
sight, out of
Yeah.
mind. And he comes in like, surprise, guys, I'm here.
Sorry, I can't think straight right now.
It's part of the plan. It's
I was caught off guard by
It's
that.
a
I was
good
caught off
thing.
guard. Okay, what is also a good thing, I had my eyes on Yami. Yami's taunts were so good. In stark comparison, Le Yi, Omo, we saw Le Yi at the top of the group stages, and right now it's just so different. The combination of Nian just really popping off and having such a good series so far. Nova Esports is very scary.
I don't know where to start, Mika. It just looks all wrong right now from the side of FPX, doesn't it? We talk about Yami and how great his engages have been, but I also want to raise the point of how tanky this Galio gets with Gargoyle Stone Play. Every single game, he rushes for a first item, Force of Nature, against a double magic comp, stands in front, pops Gargoyles. What are you going to do against him? Your Jax is literally your only damage source. You're not going to send Wukong to Cyclone their support Gargoyle. So you have no means of killing the Galio. He just stands there for both games, and the Jax pick does nothing. And I feel like the draft has just been fantastic from Nova. The adaptation, snatching away the winning team comp that FPX have played multiple times. The cocky Ziggs combo that I always talk about, FPX have made it their own and more.
And it's so crazy to me, right? When we look at the draft, you said, Omo, Corki and Ziggs, a lot of
It's
range,
so
a lot of poke. But on the other side of FPX, these are a lot of melee champions. Morgana counts as melee because the Soul Shackles requires you to be near everyone else. And it's going to be so difficult for them going up against a high range composition. How can you go near? Before you even get close, you're already half HP. And that is the story for the team fights that we saw constantly in this particular game.
It seems like Nova Esports just appears to be the bane of FPX. We talk about FPX being this unbeatable team, but they have fallen twice. They have fallen to Nova before in the WRL. They've fallen twice so far in this series, and now Nova Esports is at match point, Rico.
Yeah!
FPX against FPX.
FPX, the champions of the WRL right now are at the brink of being eliminated at Icons in their semifinals, and it's Nova. I feel like it's gonna be extra, if it's a 3-0. It's true!
I mean, FPX did not drop a single game before the semifinals, and now they're on the brink of getting trioed by Nova. It's brutal for them right now. I can't imagine what this is doing to their mental state.
Yeah, and we saw them looking very.
You don't have to
serious.
imagine, they're right behind me. Let me take a look.
No,
wait,
no,
never
they're
never
not.
mind,
They're
they're
not.
gone.
They're seeing things. They're still in their seeing things.
Imagining it, yeah.
They're seeing things
They're
unfold.
huddling.
Well, I mean, it's fair because they didn't show up on stage either.
Oh,
Oh!
wow! Suddenly turning tail, man. Okay.
Yeah, I expected so much more from them, from the drafting to the gameplay to the strategy. It's just not the FPX we saw prior. It's a bit odd. It's heartbreaking.
Definitely not. And I think on the side of Nova Esports, this also wasn't the Nova that we actually saw during the play-ins, because this is a completely different Nova. It's so great to see them evolve, actually, from being this one team that actually has that one-star player, Long, and then the rest of the team follows up. And now, you know what? My eyes are suddenly off Long.
I agree, because Long, you can see even in his item builds, even in his pick. Lee Sin usually, okay, if I take off, I'm going to build damage. No, you saw him building a lot of these defensive items, Guardian Angel, to set up for the entire team, and I think that's great.
Okay, well, I feel like right now, Nova Esports are on the spotlight for a different thing other than them being at match point. Let's actually take a look at, we've seen these teams gather up on stage and take a few selfies. I'm curious to see how Nova Esports has done. We can actually analyze and break this down a little bit and see.
This one's pretty good.
This is
I like
really
this.
nice.
I like this one.
This is like calm, collected. This is the Nova, serious, but we're celebrating still that we won.
Look, I'm just going to be very upfront here and say it. We've seen Nova take some terrible group selfies. But this one's pretty good. This one's good. It got everyone in the picture. You know, no one's face is really cut off.
The
Good
framing,
job.
yeah,
the framing was a terrible one.
There was once they got like the shotters guy with the shotters hands to take the picture, and then it was all clunky, and then they didn't adjust. And terrible form, but this is much
So
better.
this is a good start.
So
Great.
what is our
It's a good
grading
start.
system? It's
It's a
10
good start.
highest, 1 lowest.
All of them,
This is so good.
It's nice.
I like
Okay,
this, yeah.
this is nice, but you have to look at the guy in the
The
upper
shadow
left,
on
the
Yumi's
shadow,
face,
the
yeah.
shadow.
Yeah, the
I
shadow
take away
Yumi's
2
face.
points for that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Minus 2.
not that much.
Yeah, the first
better,
one
strong
definitely
start.
better. Yeah.
It was a strong start though.
But you could edit this picture in post, take the shadows away from Yumi's face. I'll probably give this a 9.
Yeah. There is actually a lot of character in this.
Yeah.
True. You
I
do
agree.
that and-
Oh, this one's
what
so
about
cute.
this?
This is like a
It
candid
looks like
shot.
they were not
A little
ready.
awkward, yeah.
It looks like they were not
It's
ready.
like, okay, guys, 1, 2, and then click.
Just
three.
take it. Just take it.
This is cute.
Look at Long.
Yeah,
He's like totally
Long's
like he's
wait.
not prepared at all.
not fully in frame.
He was probably mid-sentence when this was taken.
Yeah.
This is Long's reaction if you told him he's gonna trio FPX and semi.
Yeah, like,
Huh? Really?
what?
Trio? Okay.
Wow. I thought I was gonna get to pay 5 unique champions.
Yeah, that's true. Well, that's out of the window. We played Lee Sin twice, but we'll see.
Well,
in the next game.
that was gone. But it seems like your prediction's going well anyway. So far.
Yes.
But who knows? You know, Phoenixes they die
Rise from
first
the
and then they
ashes.
rise
Oh.
from the
That whole
ashes.
cliche.
That is right.
Okay,
I gotta say though, I'm not feeling.
much
I'm not,
hope for that,
I'm not
yeah.
feeling too confident about that.
Look, I mean, I'm gonna give you one scenario where this can happen. Stop picking red side. Give yourselves a break. Go pick blue side, cocky first pick, or force them to ban the cocky. They'll have to open something else and change your draft plan completely, because this is terrible from FPX. I just have to say it. Like,
Yeah.
I have to put it out there. Change your draft plan. This is not it.
Yeah. Well, actually, speaking of FPX, I believe we have FPX's selfies coming right up. Or we have one more selfie, I think. We have one more selfie. Not exactly FPX. I think we have another one from Nova. And it's not Nova!
No, it's for the casters. Oh,
It's not Nova! What is
cutie.
Caption this.
Wait. Serious question though. Who's taking the picture?
Yeah, that's so true.
I think it's TJ.
I think it's Rafa.
But no, but his expression feels like, don't fix my microphone.
Pretty good.
Thank you. But Rafa's so happy, like, I'll gladly fix that for you, bestie.
Yeah, now we're captioning it. It's like a meme.
That's so
You
cute.
know, we could probably get the Wild Rift community on this and caption that and find out what's going on in that amazing selfie. I thought we were going to see an FPX selfie. Apparently it was not. It was,
It
it was
bestie.
gonna
It's a
do an
duo,
acronym.
bestie.
Yeah. Let's send it over to them, actually, since we have such a fresh memory of their faces. Rafa and TJ, take it away.
Thank you very much, Mika. And we are back with game number 3. It is get that off the screen. It was actually Mark who took that. He leaned in, and in an instant of brilliance, this is genuine photographic brilliance, he was like, I'm not going to get TJ to take a normal selfie, so I'm instead going to take control of the chaos. And I didn't realize he was taking a selfie until he had grabbed my microphone, taken the selfie, and said, all right, that's going on Twitter.
You know, funny thing, I didn't put it on Twitter. I just sent it to production.
You just sent it to Zeus?
Yeah.
I think I like it even less now.
I'll put it on Twitter later.
There was a specific private selfie for Zeus? producers is?
Production requested, man. What can I say? FPX, they have listened to Omo's request.
What?
They have not only taken blue side, but they've also banned away the Lee Sin, a request that you personally made off camera.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out why anyone would listen to Omo, but yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good advice.
You know, after Omo Caster Curse rules for why, I can understand.
Yeah! We're spectacles too, that nerd. FPX.
Omo, I want you to come back with some fighting words the next time it's on the analyst desk.
FPX. Do make the adjustment that I was calling for, and it's not because Long's Lee Sin has been especially effective during the early game. They've actually done a really good job of shutting that down. But the thing that Long's Lee Sin is really effective doing is every single team fight, he gets in, does some damage, draws a whole lot of focus, changes the shape of the team fight, and then disengages. And we saw FPX trying to deal with it during that last game. In the very last couple of fights, they were kiting 3 separate engages, and it cost them so much time there was no way to get back in for the dragon. And that's just what's going to happen if you give FPX those high mobility characters who can cycle through their stasises and through the front line like that.
That's the beauty of giving Long a champion that he could be super mobile and flashy on, because he causes so much distraction.
Nova don't have the chance to first pick this Corki away from Yezi, and so they ban it.
FPX say, damn, no Corki. Time to go back to the Karma, baby.
L plus no Corki plus pick Karma first plus ratio.
W for us.
Yeah. Well, Karma's been in a bit of a weird place, because I think she's actually really effective as a support character, but not very effective as a damage dealer.
As a mid laner or a dragon laner.
Yeah, that's my feeling. And it's, the support character doesn't necessarily mean that Lei Yi should be playing it. In fact, I think Yezi should be playing it. But it does mean that Yezi is going to have far less damage than he has in previous games. So, we'll see if that's a negative or a positive as we get into this.
Nova Esports contest the Karma by saying, we're going to go back to our Ziggs for Remake, who topped the damage charts at the end of the game.
Yeah, dude.
One team fight, 6.2k damage.
Remake sitting at the very back poking, and he's going to try to do that again, which means I need to see FPX draft tools that can reach him, that can actually threaten him.
Oh,
dude!
That's one way to do it.
That's crazy! That's exactly what I just asked for! 0711 does play a really good Kha'Zix.
Yes.
We're kind of going back to one of the things that made FPX really scary originally in the Nationals qualifiers for the WRL, which at that time was a Morgana Kha'Zix composition. This time it is now a Karma Kha'Zix composition. Karma is now out in the game, so that helps. And they're going to try and use that lockdown, especially now that they have a Riven as well, to drop people low, and then the Kha'Zix jumps in and cleans up the kills. What do you do if you're Nova Esports and you see that? You go, okay, well, let's get a big crocodile, and then we're not scared of that burst so much.
We need the crocodile to squash the bug so that our demolition expert in Remake Ziggs can effectively nuke FPX out of the game and out of the tournament. But one thing for 0711 on this Kha'Zix, this is the champion that he got the most MVPs on during the regular season, in the grand finals, and he even ended the last game winning the championship with a pentakill to top it off.
So it's very much what you want FPX to do. Man, we're on the brink of elimination at our international final, at the first ever world final for Wild Rift, with this pick that's not going our way, this draft that feels like it's falling apart. So you go to the comfort picks.
Yes.
And here is another version of that, as we do have the lock-in of a Singed. The Singed, I think, was supposed to appear on stage, but he was instantly deleted because Nova knew exactly what they wanted next. That's a Rakan for Yami, his star character. We're getting all of the comfort picks. He's got his Rakan, or his Renekton. Yami's got his Rakan. Remake's got his Ziggs. This is everything that Nova want. And on the opposite side for FPX, they've got everything they want.
And Lei, 3 different champions so far this time around. What could be the last champion that he plays on stage is the set. Something that has incredible playmaking ability. It has to match, and it has to outpace Yami's Rakan here.
And I want to highlight that in particular because the one thing that FPX have done that I have been asking for them to do all series that defines their team fights when they play regularly is everyone on this team has an engage tool. Everyone on this team has control of the team fights, something that has been lacking in their previous drafts. And now with this return to form, it forces Nova to shift things up. They know that Long cannot straight carry this game without the ability to ignore all of that lockdown. So, yet again, they play to the front line. It's going to be Long and Yiza on this Renekton, diving into the front lines. Maybe it's actually Nyan on this Renekton. We'll see as the draft gets solidified. But those two characters will dive in and occupy the front lines. And then during that time, Remake will be chipping away. You'll use Yami's CC to start fights, Nyan and Long's HP bars to prolong fights, and Remake's damage to win fights. Over on FPX, they have to dismantle that wombo combo, that 3-stage engage that Nova are so good at, and that looks like landing stuns, extending the fight through kiting so that the Singed cooks people alive, and then when people are low, 0711 strikes. If he can get a gold lead, we could absolutely get one of those MVP performances.
This could be potentially FunPlus's Phoenix's last game of the entire Icons tournament.
Wow.
Nova Esports have come in not just swinging, they swung for the fences. They have landed 2 incredible blows. One more sends FPX home as we get onto the Rift for Game 3 between FPX and Nova Esports.
Match point in our semifinals. Nova maybe just 20 minutes away from being our first finalist.
Not the outcome that many expected going into this series. FPX, the #1 seed from the WRL. Nova was just a challenger looking to take the crown and the throne. They might be able to do that in this last game.
Let's start the game as we always do by checking in on our junglers. Long needs a lot of early farm, unlike when he's playing the Lee Sin and he can show up in lanes and force fights. Olaf doesn't have good fight starting tools. Olaf needs his laners to find CC and stun. And that means that the only places Nova can really gank, provide early pressure, are up here on the top lane with Yeeza's Renekton, and down on the bottom side with Yami's Engage. I would suspect that Yami is going to leave this lane pretty quick, and all of Long's early pressure is going to match where either Yabi or Yeeza are on the map.
0711 checking into the mid lane, making sure that Yezi can contest the minion wave push.
And yet another reason why this game is going to revolve around the top side. In what world is ganking a Singed fun?
Only if you can get the flash flip, TJ.
Yeah. So, Yezi going to kind of neutralize any presence from Long in the middle of the map. You see that happening as I speak on it. And so, FPX have the right idea instead. 0711 kiting up here, playing near Fado.
Whereas Long and Neon pivoting their power over towards the dragon side of the map. Xiaoma and Lei have to forfeit pressure. 2-man knockup from Yami does connect. It's just chip damage for now.
It's all on Yami to start this fight. Nobody else has the tools.
Yami doesn't have grand entrance, but the root,
here's Neon.
It connects from Xiaoma. Buy some time for the rest of FPX to re-engage and get back to the safety of the minion
And
wave.
they don't find the fight starter. Nova don't have the engage tools they had last game. And that means that they don't get the fight. FPX managed to survive the early pressure. Yiza can't finish this kill on Defado, though it is close.
He thought about flashing forward. He had Dominus available, might have been able to trade Summoner for Summoner, but he has the advantage over Fado. He has to recall.
Yeah, Fado, vulnerable at this point of the game. Renekton is pretty much the apex predator at this stage of a lane. Can beat pretty much anyone in the 1v1. So it makes sense that he is winning these trades, and I would in fact even praise FPX's Fado for how stable they are keeping that lane. As long as he doesn't die, he is winning. You saw 0711 taking some of his CS earlier, very much indicative of where the game plan is for FPX.
You know, thankfully for both Fado and Itse, they are familiar to how dominant a Renekton lane can turn out to be. Giving the respect over to Yitze early in this lane from Fado, he has to take it as gracefulness that Yitse hasn't been able to kill him quite yet. FPX will be able to find ways to restructure an advantage into the mid-game after the laning phase concludes.
Pressing forward again. Fado opting into the 1v1. Saved his cooldowns for after the stun, but Yiza disengaged so well. Yiza's Renekton is pixel perfect. And it earns him yet another advantage.
He's been outplaying him in almost every trade so far. Something that some of the best Renektons we saw dominate.
Full rotate from Nova. They're trying to shut down Fado. Here we go.
Turret resistances are about to drop in the next 5 seconds. Nova are here early so that they can take full advantage. Lei, 3-man, 2-man facebreaker. That's a lot of damage on the Yitse. Forced to pop the Nominus, and they have to run. Way too threatening. Lei! Beautiful interception. The alley-oop right back into FPX for first blood.
Lei finds first blood for FPX, stepping up. Yes, Yami is talking trash. But who won that fight in Game 3? It's FPX getting the lead, and simultaneously, they did a whole lot of damage trying to force a fight on the opposite side of the map. FPX took that entire battle up top at a player disadvantage, and were able to take swings and occupy the time of Remake during that.
And this is crucial just right before the objectives are about to spawn in the next 20 seconds.
And I don't think FPX can take the team fights yet. They don't quite have the damage. You're still waiting on first item completion for Yezi, which is when he starts to do actual damage. You're still waiting on a whole lot of major abilities to come up from gold, essentially. And so FPX should take whatever they're given. They instead get to force the pace here, though, because they won the top lane skirmish.
Long securing the dragon, whereas FPX, because of the pressure surmounted on the top side of the map, will get Rift Herald. They can snowball this further and more gold accelerated.
Yeah, that's a very good trade for FPX. A team that will always prefer Rift Herald anyway. The only exception maybe being Infernal Drake. So, they get exactly what they want because of that top lane skirmish, because Nova did not have control of the top side of the map, and they settled for less.
Nova playing for the long game right here. Dude, this is such a brutal matchup.
I love Fado pushing it, though, because he has lost these trades. It is a very hard 1v1 to win early in the game, and at every opportunity, he's trying anyway, stepping in. Neon knows. This is Neon knows exactly what's up here.
Won't fall for the trap.
Proto Belt? No, it doesn't have it.
Now he does. Unfortunately, it wasn't there in time. But for FPX, they're going to shift their attentions towards the Baron side of the map, see if they can catch out Yise before he gets a chance to reset.
Fado stepping forward here, forcing ult.
Ultimates out of both champions here. Wind Slash gets some damage, but Yise with the barrier negates the execution from Fado.
And I even was prepared for Fado to force the ult and then back away. Be like, okay, well, I got the Dominus out for free. I'm going to run away now. No, he stays there. He keeps trying to force the fight. Fado, one of, if not the best duelists in the WRL. And now they're setting up for a kill. Here's Long as well.
Oh, Lei doesn't want to be here. If it's just Yitse, that's whatever. But when Long shows up and he's got the Ragnarok, it doesn't matter what CC you throw at him.
Yet another example of how well these two teams know each other. Yisa doesn't go back into his lane until he's called Dad.
Thanks, Dad. Oh, Yezi. He's got to get out, but he gets ignited, so now he's forced to stay under the turret while the ignite is burning him down.
Yummy. Really battle dancing in just to drop an ignite.
Hell yeah, dude.
And Yezi lingering here until Shalmar shows up, so this turret doesn't get melted. Shalmar and Lane will roam in, respond to the pressure.
Yeah, Yami just using a great example of tempo, keeping Yezi longer on the map than he would have liked.
It's unclear what that's going to convert into. It does give Nova the tempo advantage, which means they get to set the pace of play across the map. Right now, they're going to bring all the resources that were bottom over to mid, where only Yezi stands to defend.
Dude, these two have just been slugging at each other. And I'm here for it.
And Fado's use of stuns is really interesting. He's front-loading them perfectly so that he can keep Yizen chain CC'd. Rift Herald summoned here. Long here to defend. Remake here to defend as well.
That's back, and boom! Mega Inferno Bomb sends 0711 back to the fountain. Long, undeterred, is continuing to advance forward before Fado gets replenished health from the Honey Fruit.
Nova with a perfect rotate. Bring Remake in time to get the kill. And now they run the top side of the map for 8 more seconds with 0711 dead. It's a massive advantage to Nova. They shut down the scaling pressure, and with a player advantage, they're going to get this bottom turret.
That should be first brick for the side of Nova Esports, getting everything in what could be FPX's last game of the tournament.
A massive problem for FPX, who are still on the brink of elimination. As these next objectives come up, they need to play the fight perfectly. This is the first fight this game where they will have their full resources, so you can expect them to step up into it. Now, normally FPX are the best team fighting team in the WRL, but Nova have been matching them with layered attacks. I outlined those. The setup for FPX is a kiting defense. They need to use the breadth of time and the number of CCs they have to extend the fight as long as possible. Let Yezi cook Nova Esports, and once those HP bars are low, it is Fado and 0711 who you are looking to shut down Nova.
Yami helping Yeatsafe push in this wave so they can get to the Rift Herald in time, but FPX, they're the ones first to the pit.
So, Nova, burst engage, use the stuns, followed by the Mega Inferno Bomb. FPX, extend the fight, slow it down, buy space for 0711 to get flank kills. Here we go for this semi-finals.
0711 forced onto the right side of the flank. Fado.
Missed a cooldown. He can't go over that wall for a bit.
Yeatsafe forced into the pit right now. 3,000 HP onto the Rift Herald. Yeatsafe pops the Dominus. Fado missing the stun, looking for the knockup. There's the big one onto Long, but he cancels out with the Ragnarok. Transcendent Embrace doesn't get anything done. It is Long that secures the Rift Herald, and Nova Esports blinking, trying to get out, but it is still Long on the aggressive. They don't find anyone from FPX, but they get the objective.
Nobody from FPX dies, as you say, but they lose so much ground. They're going to lose at least 2 turrets here. Rift Herald denied, actually.
All flip. They're going to be close here.
It's gone.
Good job from FPX, but Nova will still get the turret on the top side.
Only 1 turret lost. Now, the next loss from that fight is going to be priority over the Infernal Drake, the most important dragon in this game. And FPX are racing in with Nova already setting up vision.
Nice. Oh, Long is going to pull the dragon right into the blanket of darkness. Lei is the only one that has eyes on it.
Fado's on the opposite side of the map. He's going to be late to this fight. Here comes 0711.
0711 has to pull out a miracle. Hits 2,400 HP. He's blinking out. He goes still invisible. Can he steal it out? Does he get it? 0711 potentially have saved the game for FPX, but now they got to survive the team fight. But they are cruising through it here, TJ. FPX do more than survive. They thrive.
A stolen team fight. A stolen dragon. And FPX are still in this series.
Lei proto-belting forward, gets the showstopper down. He's locked up Yami, and a haymaker lands the knockout punch onto Yami's face. Remake is gone. That's the prime
gaming
ace for FPX.
And Nova have to keep running backwards further and further, kiting as the singe damage ticks away. Look at this aggression, getting Yezi into the pit, and Yezi spends this entire team fight running unhindered through all of it, cooking their HP bars and setting 0711 up to do what he does best, fight kill after kill and steal away the dragon.
The invisibility usage was so clutch there, dodging out of the fights, waiting for the dragon to be burned down, clips it, and then does the same to knock out stragglers from Nova.
Lei tanking the turret here as long as possible to ensure they manage to find those dive kills, shutting down Remake, and for once giving their coach something to cheer about.
FPX. A huge, huge burst of momentum being swung back into their sails. It's the win that they needed to find that confidence, to find that pillar that they can rebuild a potential reverse sweep on.
An injection of life into this team.
Yes.
And it's, like you said, a start. FPX still in a very close game against a team that has kept them at arm's reach all series. Here we go.
600 HP, Lei wants to step up, can't get it.
Perfect use of the Mega Inferno Bomb to clear and protect that turret. It'll still be under threat on the top side, but that's a 3v3 now, and thus very dicey for FPX. They're going to get poked and prodded away at by Remake and Neon, who in future fights I expect to see utilized far more. Nova tried to go for a full engage there. In the future, they'll kite.
Long popping the Righteous Glory. Yeatsay also using the Dominus. They're just saying, get off my tower.
And they survived by 1 HP. That won't last for very long.
I mean, Long is gonna try to make it not happen, but Fado just says...
Long.
Fado says, no, this is my tower.
Yeah, Terran taken, FPX rotate their entire team across the map, anticipating some resistance from Nova. And Nova quite rightly back away. Oh, Remake.
Lei might have been caught out here. Still
He
has
knows
flash.
where Remake is.
Showstopper. Oh, I don't think that was the direction that he wanted to go. He's landed himself right into 3 people.
No.
But Lei still manages to walk out alive.
Very good movement in the middle of that by Remake. Remake changed directions at just the perfect time so that the Showstopper ult took Lei back into the rest of the team, and then Lei played that off perfectly. Found a 3-man stun and stalled for long enough that he didn't go down. So, yet again, 2 incredible players facing off in the top side of the map, and nobody wins except us. The
Fado.
Can't go in here. He's just trying to maintain vision on Nova. He's trying to make sure that they can set up for the skirmish around the Baron, which is now up. So if either team gets a Prime Gaming ace, they will turn that into an objective take.
FPX, they're currently with the gold lead. Huge stun onto Yami, but now he finds an opportunity.
Big
2-man
Mega
knockup,
Inferno
Mega
Bomb.
Inferno Bomb. Good stasis though from Fado. He's able to
Fado
get out alive.
stasis is the damage, and Lei Haymaker is the damage. And then they redemption away any chip. So FPX got some major cooldowns burned there. That's most of the engage gone.
Yami no more quickness, but gets a 2-man knockup once again. Yitzay layers it down with the dominance, gets a lot of burn damage. Lei, good haymaker! Long is silenced by 0711 and the rest of FPX.
And it's Xiaomo as well with perfect karma play in that fight. Winning another pick for FPX. And oh my lord, they are doing this. Burning the Baron to try and force a response out of Nova.
They are wasting no time here, TJ. They see a way back into finding momentum in the series, but they cannot finish off the Baron.
Yeah, it's not about finishing the Baron there. It's about trying to make Nova step into a fight in a 4v5. That was their dream because Long is dead so they can start a fight, is the theory.
It's in no more dominance this time around. He's been separated. Mega Inferno Bomb gets a lot of burst damage out. And Yitzay manages to survive the onslaught.
Did you see Yezi toss him onto the end of the adhesive?
Yeah.
That was incredible. Really good combos by FPX, but they don't get a kill for it. And indeed, during that time, Nova pushed through mid. So it backfires a little bit. The gold lead still infinitesimal, but leaning towards FPX. As we head towards this next dragon, these 2 teams are dead even, still scrabbling for a semi-final.
The Infernal Dragon was won by FPX. Nova this time around now know that FPX are willing to throw haymakers right back into this game. They have to be cautious in the next entrance.
Xiaomo does not have, Fado does not have TP, and he was roaming up to the top side to try and correct that wave. He ended up not doing it. So Nova do have a pushing wave in the top side of the map. They want to stall out here as a result. Use the poke of Remake, use the poke of Neon.
Dragon has been started up, 6,000 HP already. Nova trying to poke from afar.
Yeah, they successfully stalled this out, stop it, reset it. Neon alone in the middle of the map, though. Neon grounded in the middle of the map, though.
Yeah, Lei is willing to trade his life if necessary because the mid laner going down for Nova.
The Burning Dragon.
They're trying to get something out of nothing here. They need to be able to make the trade advantage. 0711 tries to flash forward, but it is still Long that clutches out the Dragon. Flashing for Lei, but he gets burned down by the remaining members of FPX here. Nova now in the retreat. Fado trying to keep them in vision sight. Nova managed to get out alive with the Dragon, but at the cost of Long and Neon.
Yeah, 2 kills in exchange for an Ocean Dragon. FPX may take that because they can now turn immediately onto the Baron. The jungler is dead, and they will start what could be the final objective of this game. They probably don't finish the Baron here, but they know that. They're just trying to force Nova to make yet more mistakes. Force them to make a terrible choice.
Yami over the wall. Remake doesn't have Mega Inferno Bomb to follow up, but maybe just the normal abilities will do enough damage here. Yitzay goes golden, flashing away. Critical timing, 4,000 HP. Mega Inferno Bomb finally comes up. A lot of damage down, burning the members of FPX. Can they go? Remake with the clutch Baron steal over the wall! And he's able to take out the GA of 0711. Yes, he goes down, but he stops FPX on their roll.
Remake saves the game for Nova Esports. If Remake does not somehow, with a bouncing bomb, steal away the Baron, this series would have continued for another game. Nova still have the chance now to eliminate FPX. Let's take a look at that replay.
Just incredible stuff. Look at how he's positioned right over the Baron pit. Yami and Yitzay doing all the grunt work.
The start of this fight is really good for FPX because they are baiting Nova into the pit where they know Yezi is going to cook them. They win this fight over the extent of time. The only differentiator to that is Remake, who is landing huge bombs the entire time. He's the only equalizer for a stacking Singed sitting inside the Baron pit. You will notice FPX prioritize those kinds of fights where Yezi is guaranteed sustained damage over the course of the fight. That is their dream fight.
And while FPX still have the gold advantage over Nova, they know that had they been the ones that got the Baron buff, they could have led into a push and moved on to game 4.
Now, with a Baron in their hand, it's going to be Nova who can stall things out for a bit.
Remake is currently separated from the members of Long and Neon, so they can't follow up outside of the Mega Inferno Bomb, which has already been expended.
And Nova are still in striking distance. They can still win a team fight very easily, despite the gold swing towards FPX. Their team fights come mostly from Remake and Iza at this point. Iza will be the frontline tank, the staller, the occupier. Remake will be the player doing all of the damage. He's about to complete Rabadon's Death Cap, which will be a major power spike on the opposite side. Xiaoma has completed Rabadon's Death Cap, but doesn't do as much damage.
Have to be careful for Nova Esports. Remake, his Mega Inferno Bomb coming back up. Flash and Stasis almost online once again. Defensive survival tools that will allow him to continue putting out damage against FPX.
And FPX are all about finding the engage now. They need a 5v5 to end this game. Nova just want to sit behind their turrets and extend it. Last until long enough and their key damage dealers are online. They do have a formidable late game scale. And they reckon they can win the team fights through the power of late game Olaf, should he be able to engage, through the power of Remake, having now completed Rabadons. Danger to it over on FPX's side. Yezi is coming online. He's going to be very difficult to kill in these team fights. And he is going to do a ton of damage in the extended ones. Additionally, Lei and Fado are both becoming even more difficult frontline engagers. Those players, Fado will be doing a ton of damage, and Lei will be almost unkillable, having completed Gargoyle's Stone Plate. This is a dominant support performance. He's going to be massive, and that is Warmongs, not Gargoyles.
It's a lot of HP, and it gives him not even more durability to withstand the burst of damage from Nova, but it also gives him the ability to tank up and be able to continue looking for flanks.
Because it gives you boosted regen, and set regen is already stupid, so he can like take the fight, back away, and be back at full HP in like 5-10 seconds. So really good for these extended skirmishes, these extended fights. It basically neutralizes all the poke that's coming out from Remake and Dion. Because if Lei can just take it to the forehead and then regrow all that HP, nobody cares.
It's all about re-engaging, fighting in waves for FPX.
So 30 seconds on the Elder, which likely will decide the game. This Elder fight is going to be the difference maker if FPX want to stay in this series.
Oh, Yami has found Fado! Mega Inferno Bomb connects, and the GA has been popped. Can FPX find a way to re-engage? 0711 finds Remake, gets the flash out. He only has a stasis now, and he has to kite as far away as possible. It's all up to the front line of Nova to be able to put out the damage without necessarily needing a Remake. 0711! The penta-kill Kha'Zix comes back alive in the most clutch fight that they needed for another Prime Gaming ace.
And they'll push through the mid lane. They don't need either objective. This is going to be the game. This is FPX keeping our series going and striking back against Nova.
FPX had to recover from 2 incredible games that Nova Esports demonstrated in the opening of the series. But when it came to shove, 0711 on the Kha'Zix, isolating the crucial target in Remake, forcing the flash, waiting for the reset, resets on the engage, takes out the heart of the damage for Nova.
And I loved your call in that last fight, focusing on Remake as he's focused in the backline by 0711. The Kha'Zix is the key to that fight, and simultaneously the key to that fight is how tanky the front line of FPX became. We talked about that set. He did not go down in this very extended fight, and during that time you have 0711 picking and prodding and trying to find the kills onto the key members. No, Remake didn't go down, but he had to flash away. He wasn't contributing to that fight, and so all the damage we've talked about wasn't there.
Remake had a very tough decision to make, to step forward as he saw his front line was not being able to finish off those main frontline targets, and that is when 0711 struck. He pounced. That's the Kazakh boss sound. I want to see if the analyst
I need
can.
Riku. I need a Riku.
Riku, can you give me a Kazakh? Bah!
Oma has something to say, by the way, that
Kazakh
that was
doesn't go
not.
"Grah," he goes like.
Yeah, he goes like,
He's more sneaky.
Who's it, Kazakhs?
Yeah,
Where he kills
come
you.
on, it's like a bah!
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay,
Oh,
similar, I
that's
see it.
better. That's
Yeah,
better.
yeah, yeah,
That's, that's better. Okay.
I'm convinced.
Glad we settled that. All right. Now that that's out of the way, FPX. We mentioned this. Rising like a phoenix. We were a little skeptical a while ago, but now it looks a lot better. But Riku, this is really interesting because like the draft, we actually weren't that confident with the draft.
Yeah, because when we look at the entirety of the draft of game 1 and game number 2, it was like, okay, FPX doing the same thing. Now they pivoted onto something a little bit different, even though 0711 is more on the scaling side. Again, it has more mobility to get in, get out, resets, a lot of poke as well, a lot of damage, and basically a lot of tankiness. The thing is, for the composition of the side of Nova, it's a very, Olaf has to win early to hack and slash. But he didn't get that. There's some point in the game where Long was basically 0-3.
Honestly, Riku, I think this was the point.
Yeah,
I think this was the point where the Olaf just lost all steam.
Yeah, and I think if an Olaf lost all steam, then what is your early to mid-game transition? Where is your answer to shutting down 0711 early game to make sure that he's not a scary Kazakhs? And it don't work out.
Yeah, the Olaf pick here was a very all-in pick from the side of Nova. It really doubled down on the early game identity that their team comp had. You look at the champions, Ziggs is on wave clear duty, right? He does that one thing. Every other champion here is early game focused. Renekton, Olaf, you want to dive. Jace pushes, roams to that lane, combo with Rakan. It's exactly what they went for, what the 4-man dive. It was answered so well by the side of FPX. Once that happened, you got to consider that this Olaf pick, it doesn't fit that well here. Riven can kite you, Kazakhs counter picks you, Karma can kite you. You really just only do damage against Singed, who just runs away from you, and against Set, who's a support, and he stands there, haymakers. So Long lost all steam, and once that happened, well, FPX just took the rest of the game.
So you think that this was actually like this was favoring FPX in the draft, Nova, but it feels like this game was a lot closer for both sides. Both of them had windows wherein they could take the game and run away with it.
For sure, but when the game progresses, of course it's going to be more favorable for FPX because they have a lot more scaling. Look at the side of Nova. Renekton, Olaf, Jace, if it doesn't get ahead, doesn't really do too much and contribute. So the top half of the map are very early game reliant. And if you don't get that, I don't think Remake can compensate for the damage matching 0711.
He tried. He stole the barrier. He really tried his best. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
Wasn't enough. I think Remake has had a great performance this series as well, by the way.
That's true. And speaking of great performances, we definitely saw 07. We can call him 0711 now. Because 0711 now, right?
Finally.
Yeah, finally, he really did pop off, especially with that last final push towards the base. And I think that was the FPS coach with very restrained. Yes, we did it.
Yes.
Good.
We survive another day.
Yes.
Basically.
Very, very restrained and just nice little period to the game. But yes, 0711, as we should say, that was the performance that we were waiting for ever since game 1. I feel we knew that this was going to be a jungle versus jungle matchup with these, with Long and 0711. It's only now that he was able to really feel comfortable in it, and we really saw that definitely made an impact.
Yeah, I think there's when we look at game number 1 and game number 2, right, the way that Nova plays is very push and pull heavy. They push in, then they back away, wait for resources, and then get back in. FPX identified this. Let's have Karma, let's have a lot of shields, and bait them in, and therefore we have definitely more sustain on paper, especially the fact that, we saw Yedzi basically build full HP, thicker shields to provide more sustain for the rest of the team if they want to last longer in these push and pull scenarios.
Omo, at what point do you think that Nova lost that game?
I honestly think it was a top dive. Their whole team comp relied upon hitting a timing window where you just spike and you make a play and you kill them. The dive was the first attempt. if it doesn't really pan out, you can back away. You can take the first objective spawn instead as your team fight flip window. But the fact that they overcommitted, long died, long lost tempo, I feel like that cost them a lot. And then by the time it came to the team fight flip, 0711, his Kha'Zix, sorry, 0711, his Kha'Zix was online and ready to go, and that just flipped the script here for FPX.
Yeah, well, before the day began, before all of this Nova versus FPX, so, which way is the series going to go began, we polled all of our talent on their MVP frontrunners. We haven't seen this yet, actually. This is a surprise for everybody. I was taken off guard. Oh, this is interesting.
I'm surprised that Zissou and 0711 are even.
Yeah.
5 votes even.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
I just... Never mind.
Why? Say it.
Is there something
It's
you
not
want
gonna
to
be
share?
very nice. No, this is... Where's Coyote? Why does Zissou only have 5 votes? Why is no Mel in there? What? These... all right, man.
At least everyone agrees on Long being the number 1.
Oh yeah.
For sure.
I think that's no surprise that 8 votes were in
Yeah.
for that.
Yeah.
That's pretty
That means
solid.
that 3 people didn't vote for Zissou.
I can't whistle.
Oh, look at that
The lights are
Did you at least
amazing.
vote for Coyote?
The floor is amazing.
You put no one from Team
over
Flash?
Wow.
Look at the time. This is a
The
fascinating
time
watch.
is now. The present.
Vietnam fans, Riku
that's
did
right.
not
The
put anyone
gift
from Team
is
Flash in
live.
the MVP vote. Let
Yep.
me just remind all the Vietnam
Yep.
fans at home. Riku right here.
The score is now 2-1 in favor of Nova Esports, jumping back into this series before we
No one from Team Flash.
Before we have Omo going a terrible rant
comment.
over here. We are neither confirming nor denying, by the way.
Yeah,
we are
yeah.
neither
You
confirming nor
too?
denying. We are neither confirming nor denying.
thought it was just Riku with
That's
both
my
of them.
official statement.
Mika, I love your necklace today.
I know, I love
so
your hair.
nice.
I love your hair.
Thank you so much.
Omo has a piece of tape on his jacket.
It's part of the design. It is now.
Sure. Jumping now into Game 4. Nova came very, very close in Game 3. They could have taken it. They had that opportunity. I don't think they're going to let this game slip away. I think this is going to be a really, really spicy game, knowing that they are at match point. And FPX, they definitely want the momentum to stay on their side. Riku, what's your prediction for this game?
I feel like we're going to see something we haven't seen before in Nova. Again, when we talk about Long's champion pool, this is the time to catch 0711, FPX off guard. This is the time to bring it in, because I feel like as the series progresses, Nova's going to have a harder time, because in their mind, we were 2-0. We could have finished at the 3rd game. So it's going to keep catching up to them eventually.
We're going to a Game 5. Look at the pattern in the past. I 2-0 you, you 2-0 me. That's done now. That's going to happen. FPX is going to win this, and we're going to go to Game 5.
There is no better ending to
It's
this
the fairy tale.
rivalry.
We
from
have to.
WRL stage 1 to stage 2, the 2-0 and the reverse 2-0.
It's in the script.
It feels like it does need to go to a Game 5. But Rico, going back to what you mentioned about Long, probably bringing out another unique pick, do you think we're seeing the Echo today? Do you think that's a possibility?
I think they should have picked the last game.
Yes.
Ah,
it could
okay.
have been the game finisher. And if this is the series finisher, I totally agree with you, Mika. They have to bring out the Echo. They have to bring additional CC to complement that as well, because the parallel convergence will not be enough to hold people down from FPX. And for me, if they want to ban something, ban the Singed. If you're playmaking, if you're going to be mechanics heavy, ban the Singed.
You have to ban the Singed, and I think the fact that now Nova is on blue side, they will have the freedom to ban the Singed away. That's why I'm pretty sure the blue side is, jokes aside, right? We said 2-2, Game 5. Jokes aside, I genuinely think Nova closes series out here, because I think the blue side draft advantage is going to be too big for them. I feel like you ban away the Zed, you ban away the Singed, and you are good to go. You force them to ban the Koki as well, and I don't know if FPX can spare the bans for that. You have to ban Senna, you have to ban Yumi.
Yep.
Do you have space for the Koki? What do you give up here? Camille? It's difficult.
Yeah, I feel like Long here is no longer, because we saw in the earlier video that FPX was going to make Long a priority. They knew that that was a strategy that Nova was running with. Right now, though, they're dealing with a different kind of Nova, wherein Long is not just the one leading the charge here. All of the other members of Nova Esports, they are up there with him. Now it's a lot harder for them to prioritize who are they going to ban out, who are they going to focus their fire on here in the draft.
It's interesting too that they banned out the Jace, meaning Nova is fine to give up the Karma unless they first pick that themselves, although I highly doubt it.
It's a
Corki.
checkmate angle. You have to ban Koki or Karma. What do you want? We're going to get the other one.
That's true. I fully agree with you. There you go.
We get
FPX.
Karma.
That's very strong, especially that Nova If they do want to run it back again on the Olaf, Karma is an amazing pair, but I wouldn't recommend long on the Olaf, especially after the previous game.
Yeah. So you don't think that that's going to be a priority for either team?
No, it's
going into
still
this game?
Karma, can fit in a lot of compositions, but I don't think it's going to be an Olaf.
I think you can run the Olaf here on Nova because there's a couple small differences, right? You have to come out on your team this time.
True.
That's going to be a big boon to you. And also, I think if they play a little bit more conservatively around the dive timings, if they don't flip it at the dive, maybe the Olaf gets into the mid to late game better. I don't think it's the ideal pick still, but I think you can run it back here. But you have to be very aware that 0711 is just going to play the Kazakhs again.
Yeah, absolutely. That means Nova, on paper, you beat FPX's composition if they're going for the long haul. Early to mid game is your approach. Instead, we're seeing the Lee Sin. FPX wants to take this, of course, survive and get it to a game number 5.
This is looking very, very
Spicy.
intense.
Oh,
yeah,
I'm
and
happy
the Sig.
with this.
Suddenly, there
really
is a
good.
swap going on. Omo, are you feeling more secure?
I'm feeling comfortable.
Yeah.
We're going to a game 5, I think. This is a very FPX comp.
Yep.
Call back to the videos between the two teams where they were trash-talking each other. Nova just said that we know what 0711 is going to do. He wants to play early game for his teammates while Long wants to farm. Lee Sin is the #1 champion for that. You tempo the early game, you control the pace of the game, and you have Selma back on that Ziggs. This is FPX finally drafting some comfort here.
I love this though. The response is the
right, yeah.
Wukong. We talked about the offensive
Yes.
and the defensive maneuver that a Wukong can provide to the team. Lee Sin dashes in, 0711 dashes in, then boom, you get Cyclone.
Yeah, you just flip him up in the air, and this sets up for a very cool possible Gragas angle, I think, as well. You have the double displacement. We forgot about that pick.
Camille!
How did that
Yeah,
pick?
I know.
Oh, man.
This could be longs. This could definitely
Another
be longs.
reason why I really love this, yeah, exactly, it could be Longs, right? It's a double flex angle. It could be Long playing Wukong, could be Iza playing Wukong. Who's going to get the Camille? We don't know. We get the flex set. And both matchups, well, I think the Wukong matchup's better into the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And FPX should definitely ban the Galio. Yami has played 2 consecutive Galios, has won 2-0. Pairing it with a Camille,
get rid of
Hextech
it.
Ultimatum with the Hero's Entrance is
Great
going to
call,
be
yeah.
deadly.
I feel like FPX right now, they feel more like themselves.
Sure.
I think like on stage, after that, they just needed to gain that momentum.
Yeah.
And after, talking with their coach and everything, after realigning everything, they know how Nova came to play today. They have a better idea of how their opponent is feeling right now. Now they have all of the cards in their hands to be able to close out the series. But Nova Esports, I feel like, they will still push this as well, but I'm feeling more confident with FPX's draft.
Yeah, honestly, FPX, we've dubbed them as the best team fighting team in the tournament, and 2 games straight, they've been losing all of these team fights. Game 3, they've recovered and basically recovered that title. And I feel like, just as you mentioned, Mika, this is very important. That previous game was very important to gain momentum back.
I do want to point out a quick fact as well. Riven has been a 100% win rate so far.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe that's going to help out FPX here. The champion's been doing a lot.
Garrett.
Sure. Okay, that's interesting. So they're afraid of a Garen mid here. If you're afraid of a Garen mid, what are you going for?
Assassins!
Zed's gone.
That's true.
Akali?
Akali's still up. Akali? But that's too much. I mean, honestly, if Nova goes for mech-heavy champions to finish this series,
What a
I
way
see
to
it
do
coming.
it, right?
What a way to do
Yeah.
it, right?
There is a matchup that we haven't had just yet. I am still, we of course saw the jungle matchups and everything. Iza and Fado, I'm really waiting for them to really push it because we did see the jungles come online. We have an Alistar coming in for the side of FPX.
Why are they saving 5 pick for Yezi here? This is a bit weird to me because he doesn't normally get the last pick, right? He doesn't normally get the counter pick. Maybe we're seeing a world where Ziggs goes mid and we see a
Varus.
counter pick for Xiaoma. I doubt it, but
Yeah, but I see where you're going, Omo, because
Yeah.
they need more damage. This is a very low damage composition for early to mid.
Yeah,
this is not, we're going to bank on 0711 to scale in the late game. No, they need additional damage. So I see. Gragas Varus,
yeah.
I love this so much from Nova.
Graf is
They
really
want to
keen
end
to
it.
Nova, yeah.
They want to end it here, right now.
Okay, why do you think that this basically seals the deal for Nova Esports?
Because it's so aggressive, they have damage everywhere. Early to mid game, really good. If FPX goes on the aggression, they've got disengage, they've got a lot of poke and wave clear as well. And the fact that they have a Karma, it's so good for the Wukong, for everybody else to follow through any... Okay.
Oh, I don't know. I was thinking maybe it's a
It's
Riven mid.
A
but
Riven mid or
this
Renekton mid.
is- But I don't like either of these though.
Yeah.
What's the rationale here, actually? Like, why are you... I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Are they out of picks, maybe? Genuinely, they might be out of picks.
Yeah, it's super interesting, very AD heavy comp.
Yeah.
Can snowball early, top half of the map basically, waiting for Xiaoma to basically scale into the later game as late game insurance. But FPX feels like they're also aiming for early game. Honestly, this is early game.
So let's see some action.
Yeah!
Well, we're hearing the teams give out their battle cries as well. This is actually the first time I feel like I've heard them really, shout and yell on stage, so they're definitely ready. Can this go to a game 5? That's the big question. Let's send it back to Rafa and TJ and find out.
Analyst S, I don't know if you can see us, but TJ is looking at his palms.
I think there's something on my palms, my fingertips, my hands.
Oh!
I think there's something all over them, Mark.
I'm gonna take a look.
Do you see that?
TJ!
What is it?
We've got a series on our hands!
What? On my hands?
On your hands!
There's a series?
Oh, it's on all of our hands, TJ!
That's crazy, dude!
That's what I'm saying! And FunPlus, Phoenix, and Nova know it too. This is the first time in the entire tournament where they have felt the stakes never higher than before.
FPX still 1 game away from elimination, but they have drafted a composition which fits them so well. This is team fighting, this is everyone demonstrating their mechanical skill, this is FPX taking Nova face first into the team fights, which Nova have also drafted for, so we're gonna have 5v5s and team fights all game for potentially still the final game, or the series tying game if we want to go to a game 5.
The full distance could be had if FPX are
Look
the
at
ones
the
that come
full
up clutch.
5 games?
Please. Please. I want the best series
Mark is
ever.
gazing up to the rafters. Praying to some god of Wild Rift.
Aurelion Soul.
Aurelion Soul. Praying to Aurelion Soul.
A-Soul, please.
A-Soul, please. Give us 5. Fado now playing on the top side of the map versus Yiza in the 1v1 that has been so decisive across this series, and I do want to mention it. This is the first time we've seen the Camille.
Oh, look at that. Fado getting bold in the face of Yitse, and it's because 0711 answers early.
This is the first time we've seen the Camille in answer to the Ribbon, not taking the tank, but instead saying, we can get aggressive and win the mechanics check for Nova. 0711 for the first time in the series on the Lee Sin, a character which needs to get out in lane early and does demonstrate where exactly that pressure is going to go every single time into this Camille in the top lane.
It's 2 camp clear right into a gank before the Scuttle Crab comes up. He's going to replenish on HP and resources, and now if he can get Yetzi out of lane, make a pilot, 3 people over to the top side of the map, look for a dive against Yitse while his flash is down.
Yeah, Yitsa is going to be constantly under pressure, but that is another advantage of the Camille. The Camille with hook shot can reset under pressure. Once you hook shot onto a wall, nobody can target you. So if you time it well, you can avoid massive engage spells. Makes it the ideal champion to survive pressure with.
Yeah, see, already fighting for mid-wave control. He wants to set up.
Is gnarly, dude.
Yeah.
I really love it. I think Yize pressuring in here, Yezi, using the Renekton as a direct draft into the Karma is a really good call, saying, okay, well, I can instantly clear waves, and I can bully this Karma and make sure we don't get to the more supportive late game.
And one of the things that Karma does so well in is against bruisers that don't have sustain. Guess what Renekton has supplies of, TJ?
Sustain?
Bingo.
Wow, dude. Yes, he's going to be able to stay in these fights as the frontline, as the attention-grabbing force during the early game. And he's going to have 2 teammates in that. Fado, who we've seen the effect of a Riven this series.
Dude!
Okay!
Yami was looking for the body slam, but the Krug spawned at the last minute.
That was crazy!
Dude, 0711's got to pay the Krugs after this game.
He's got to pay A-Soul. He paid to A-Soul and got a Krug spawn. I don't know quite what that poke was for, the satchel charge, but it was really funny. Knocked remake off of his arrow trajectory, denied him like 1 CS.
You got to do whatever to get into Nova's heads. You just took a game and prevented the clean sweep. If FPX can get in their heads and go for the reverse sweep, that would be a huge tilter.
So far, oh, what a kick!
0711 already getting the flash out of Neon, and it's Long that answers back to Shenan's Embrace. It's not enough damage. 0711 goes down to Long, and he cannot pursue the dive.
1-for-1 trade in the early phase. Lei stepping forward down bottom onto Remake. He finds that kill.
Lei cleans it up, and Yami cannot answer back. Oh, everybody's gonna try. Ignite forward, dude. Lei stepping up. He doesn't get it. Oh, but the Ignite finally takes him down.
The minions and the Ignite, I think, combine to find the kill. And Yami gets a 1-for-1 trade he frankly should not have gotten. Xiaoma, during that time, surviving all the pressure. And so FPX don't get a gold lead, despite what was a really sick mid-play from 0711, despite everything on paper going right for them.
Dude, but this kick was freaking sick.
Biggest brain kick in the universe, but then okay, you're in the middle of this, and the Transcendent Embrace drops, and then there's a Wukong just auto-attacking you.
Whacking you
kind
with
of
the
goes sideways from there, because you're in a close 1v1 against Long, who's always going to output max damage.
It was the Venn diagram of death right there. Neon, Transcendent Embracing Cyclone.
And, you know, we're talking a lot about FPX's game plan. It is worth mentioning that for the first time this series, Long is positioned on a hard carry. He's off the Lee Sin, which is normally only good during the early game. And he's onto characters that can do real damage.
4 seconds away from objective spawning here. Nova and FPX already in position.
Up at the top side, it is going to be a Rift Herald burned by FPX. Infernal Drake taken by Nova.
0711 wants to continue the snowball going for Falado. He was able to burn a summoner spell off of Yitse, but he survives the pressure, still has the gold lead. This time, they're going to ram it in harder.
Top lane push will come out. Fado and Co. forcing this turret to fall. I think the choice of objectives does also indicate exactly where they're going to put their focus in this game. It's all about using the Rift Herald to close this game quickly for FPX.
A lot of damage. Long forces. Cyclone cannot stop the Rift Herald from getting the charge in, but they kill it down. Oh, that's the 1v2. Lei coming from behind the turret. Yitse's forced to flash away, but Fado follows up with the Wind Slash. Just a couple more armor attacks. Lei being the big Chad and taking all the tower.
On the bottom side of the map, Neon is trying to defend his jungle, and he's brought Yami in to do it.
Good exhaust, but he dodges the body slam by dashing the Neon with the Sonic Wave. Resonating Strike, being able to flash away. 0711, you're freaking insane on the Lee Sin.
He can't find it. And so this will be turret pressure, but it's going to be traded in mid. Xiaoma needs just one package, one satchel charge.
Dude, Long tried to respawn back with low HP, but Xiaoma with the exhaust takes him out of the fight and gets the first brick.
And there it is. FPX, despite losing that trade on the bottom side, do manage to find the first turret break of the game. FPX are running the map right now, but Infernal Dragon did go over to Nova. But Nova do have a really good late game team fighting composition. This Camille will scale incredibly hard, as will Wukong, as will Karma, in terms of enabling both those carries we just talked about. And Remake is going to be perfect for late game team fights where he can sit a mile away and just poke and prod away with the arrows. So, FPX, as indicated by their choice to take the Rift Herald, need to win early. That is what their composition is designed to do, and they should have a devastating advantage in the first 15 minutes of this game, or they will lose.
Which is why FPX flipped the switch as early as 1 minute and 20 seconds into the game. We saw the first move from 0711 getting the flash out, and the pressure has surmounted and snowballed ever since. Nova has been able to respond on some fronts, but it's still the gold advantage that FPX have netted for themselves.
So, FPX, how do you take the next step? How do you force another turret take, the gold advantage that they need in order to make sure that Nova can't just slowly grind their way back into it? Well, the key shutdowns are going to be Long and Yuza. You see the rotate here, FPX bringing 0711 up into this lane to try and get those kills. And then the other thing is going to be, you literally cannot let them get an objective. So, as we head into this next Drake, I want to see FPX contest the first spawn of the Rift Herald and then immediately be there for the Dragon. They have to double objective. And then the third thing, which we haven't seen, because I think I have enough time, is I need to see them take away jungle farm.
Yes.
And they do have these 2 turrets down, and you see now FPX starting to put some aggressive vision down, but they need to be stealing away every little bit of farm from Long, depriving him of his late game, which is so powerful.
The further this game goes, the harder it is to kill a Wukong later in those team fights. With all the sustain and the maneuverability he can get in and out of fights.
Fado too far.
Explosive cast, but great last-minute maneuver from Fado, dodging out on the explosive cast. But a Remake! It's a huge knockup from Lei. Mega Furtiball finds the mark! And kaboom goes Remake just in time as the Rift Herald will spawn in 30 seconds.
And you see FPX looking for that kill, pressing so aggressively, knowing they can find an opportunity now that those turrets are down to take aggressive control of the enemy jungle. And their tank players being there in the jungle looking for slip-ups gives them a reward. And the more they do that, the slower Nova will have to rotate on the map because they can't pass through their own jungle if FPX are invading it. So I want to see more of that from FPX, more aggression. The fact that they're playing so slow and towards the team fights right now is worrying me because it means we'll have a relatively even team fight here for this Rift Herald.
Nova are actually the first ones here to the Rift Herald because FPX dedicated their split push resources to getting more turret plate gold on the opposite side of the map.
And they can't outscale Nova, so I think this is a mistake.
FPX gonna try to defend this tower from going down. So far it's only 0-7-11. Shaman Yetzi making the rotation.
Fado's
It's a teleport from Fado as well. Lee has already stalled out Yami on the re-engage so far. 0-7-11 sitting over the wall, dashing. Can he find the knockups here? But it's already lost.
Fado's dead!
Who finds the initial one? But Lei deflating a lot of the aggression engage from Nova, but they still lose out on Fado.
So it's a trade advantage for Nova, and they now have a kill going into this dragon. And the worst thing is Fado can't even threaten to teleport into the fight.
Fado will be coming up in 10 seconds, have to take the long way walk back to the dragon. Nova have set themselves up for defense of this pit.
Yeah, they are going to stay on the map and they're going to burn this as quick as possible because they know they have a 5v4. No, they drift away. They give FPX control.
Oh, they're fighting for mid-wave priority right now. They want to knock out the mid-turret completely before they regain access to the pit.
And FPX's timer is ticking. They have to press an advantage now. The longer they wait in this game, especially having given away an even trade in turrets a couple of moments ago, the worse this game is going to get for them.
And look at this. By prepping the minion wave on the bottom side of the map, they're creeping through the bottom river entrance. They're walking for an opportunity where FPX will cede control and then find a rotation through the vision of darkness.
Lei and Fado zone Yami out of the pit. They gain information on where Nyan is as well, but they lose control of the pit itself, and several of their members are resetting right now, so they can't stay in this pit. This is a false front. Fado dashing forward there to threaten as if all of FPX are here, but they don't actually have the resources to fight.
It's a constant tug of war here, TJ. They're pulling in FPX where they don't have vision, and they're forcing them to play a game of death where they could be face-checking into multiple members.
Objective being contested, wave being pushed down bottom. Nova, no vision currently on the Drake, used the redemption to gain vision of it. FPX don't know where Nova are, which makes them nervous. They're using the Ziggs bouncing bombs to try and gain some vision on the opposite side and coming up with nothing.
And Nova don't mind playing the long game out of this one. Oh, Remake able to get enough distance.
Lei trying to headbutt Pulverize, misses the headbutt, just pulverizes, which cancels the entire play. He cannot follow up after that fumble. And he has to wait for his cooldowns to come back up, which causes FPX to reset.
Oh, huge stun from Yezi. Forces Yitze out, half HP.
He's always going to be able to disengage in those moments because they are playing Camille.
Oh, huge knockup though, Lei forcing the flash out of Yami. That's the main engage gone from Nova. Now up to Long and Yitze to find the engage.
You take the dub in the burn of the flash, and FPX are going to say, that's enough for us to start this dragon, hoping that it will force Nova into a disadvantaged fight.
We have been at this pit for the past 2 minutes, TJ. They have been fighting over this dragon tirelessly. It's up to Nova to find poke, but FPX keeping them at bay.
Roman, Long, into the pit.
He has a flash, but he doesn't want to be there for too long. Cyclone has already been popped. Decoy has strayed attention away from FPX. He's still alive, waiting for the dragon to be ticking down, but it is 0-11 that secures the dragon, and Remake was completely separated in that fight. Yami already biting the dust thanks to Fado, and Remake is on the run. The rest of Nova isolating Long as well. Don't drop a single member.
A brilliant team fight from FPX as they, as you say, split the backlines. Remake unable to contribute damage to that fight. A massive shift from previous games where he was the primary source of Nova's damage. And that means that despite getting low HP members and doing quite well in the individual 1v1s, Nova cannot turn that fight into a win, cannot contest the dragon, and do lose out a major gold swing.
A failure of conversion from Nova Esports, one of the first times that we see throughout the series. FPX, this is the first time that we see them with the gold advantage, and it's a massive one, 5,000 before the 10-minute mark.
Yeah. And I have been stressing how they need to act on that gold advantage. This is not a like Jack scaling game, but it is a Camille scaling game. And I think particularly with Nova Esports having that Camille and Karma combo for the late game, that's really scary. That's very dangerous.
As we wait to get back into this very...
Welcome back to Pause City.
Very tense game.
Oh no!
Oh,
it's a replay. Okay.
Take it away, TJ.
I was like, what? We're right back into a dragon fight? How's that possible? Here it is. And you were talking about how Remake was isolated. Take a look at the bottom half of this fight. It is all Riven. It is all Fado. Just occupying Remake, just occupying 3 players with perfectly cycled stuns. And I do really like the visual bug where Fado isn't visible. That's my favorite part of the replay.
Oh, and even the FPX coach becoming even more elated in Game 4 than he was in Game 3. Where
you think that's elation? I think that's relief.
It's both. It's both. It's both. That is so crazy. Fado was literally sitting right on top of Remake, and there's nothing that Yami nor Neon could do in that moment. They had already expended their main CC cooldowns, and Fado's like, all right.
Stun. Stun.
Knock
Stun. Yeah. And Riven is like really good as a frontline character, maybe the best frontline character in the game, if you are mechanically perfect.
Yes.
And that is what makes the character so hard to play, because if you miss stuns, if you don't cycle those movement abilities perfectly, then you're very easy to kill.
Yeah, because your movement ability is also your main damage ability as well. And the fact that it's tied together, you have to be precise with the execution and your intent on those decisions in the fights.
Speaking of precise, we're precisely back into game.
Bam!
Bam.
Not as good as a Mika transition, but Mika is legendary with those.
We'll dream of equaling her. FPX and Nova back on the Rift. And FPX, as you talked about going into that break, do have a gold lead for kind of the first time this series. Nova Esports on the opposite side can play defense. They're waiting and scaling towards this Camille carry threat from Yizo.
This is where FPX have to really hammer in the advantage, though, because they cannot just be content with a 5,000, 6,000 gold lead for the next few minutes. That will give enough time for Nova to scale back up into their own late-game power. FPX have to make the next fight count into doing some major damage to the structures of Nova Esports' base.
Speaking of scaling, I do want to talk about Remake, because he's really struggled in a couple of fights in a row here. The entire time that both Nova and FPX were skirmishing around that dragon should have been Poke City for Remake.
Yeah.
But I was seeing too few arrows, and almost none of them were hitting. And there's a couple reasons for that. I think Remake is struggling with vision. I think FPX are doing a really good job of locking down that vision. And I also think Remake, it's just really scary to be throwing out arrows close to a pit when you don't know where the Lee is. Because if you throw an arrow over the wall and 0711 is nearby, Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, easy kill.
Yeah.
So,
or he can even safeguard over the wall and kick you back into the pit, isolating from the rest of your team.
So Remake needs to be protected, and he needs to be more proactive and landing arrows. So, ooh, we got a little bit of a spin. Everyone's talking about that spin like it's a cosmetic decision, and it absolutely is. It is very stylish. But it also is a way to stop your enemy from being able to dodge the spell.
Yeah, because you don't know where it's going to be coming.
Right. Never let them know your next move. Keep them guessing. And the little spin is the closest you can get to standing in a bush. It's actually really important to do if the enemy can see you charging the shot, because it's very easy, especially at high level, to see the fully charged shot and do a little movement to the left, do a little movement to the right, and avoid the damage. And for every arrow you miss, it costs you more cooldown time, which means you're getting less damage. So, very cool to see Remake doing the spins, knows the tricks of the Varus trade.
Luna was the first one that showed us a lot of the Varus spins, and I always thought he was going for like 360 no-scopes.
He certainly was. It is very cool. It is also tactically significant.
Hell.
Fado really going for it here.
Dude, he just popped the ulti, and Long was like, Bro, it's not that
All right,
serious.
dude. Okay.
It's just my blue buff, and they didn't even cast it. Whoa, they're burning down the Baron. They're starting it up.
Does Long know? I don't think Long knows.
They have to get into it.
Yummy!
Body
So
slam flash,
split!
but it's such a good stasis from Xiaoma, preventing the explosive cast from getting him back into the back line. Huge Transcendent Embrace, Hextech Ultimatum from Yitse locks him down, but Yami still gets taken down by Fado, and it's a 5-on-4 now for FPX.
FPX have to fight so hard to get that kill, but they do have the advantage the entire team fight, so it's relatively safe for them. They get a fair number of cooldowns and do confirm the kill onto Yami. Unfortunately, it did cost them almost every flash on their team, so that's kind of interesting. Oh no, it's a majority flash still up. It only cost them Yezi and 0711. Xiaoma in the middle of the fight got caught in a really weird position, and I guess Satchel charged out. It looked like a flash to me. It was good Satchel charge.
And just good timing on the stasis to be able to reevaluate the decisions he needed to make in that fight.
Pause! Do not like this! FPX managed to get the kill though, not a whole lot with it, and sometimes I see critique from very good Western players. They're like, whoa, what are these teams fighting over? Well, sometimes it's okay to fight over kills, because getting a kill onto Yami gets gold onto your key carries. So, anytime you can find a pick uncontested, like there, it's safe for FPX to keep forcing kills or keep forcing the push because they know that they have cooldown advantage and player advantage in that fight. They knew where Long was, they knew it was a safe fight to take, so they chased the kill.
And now we are 10 seconds away from the Elder Dragon spawning here, TJ.
And this is an objective that is worth fighting over. FPX do have full resources available again. Still missing Flash on 07 and Yezi, but apart from that, top down.
Ooh, that's a good chunk.
And here we go for the Elder. FPX still in dangerous territory. They do have a several thousand gold lead, but if they lose this fight,
Watch
this series is over.
Looking for a kick, but it's on the Yitse, and then he just propels his momentum right onto Xiaoma. Hextech Ultimatum gets the flash out, has to reposition. Yetzi forces him out of the fight. Meanwhile, it is Remake that is unchecked. He is firing arrow after arrow, takes out the first member in the front line in Lei. 0711 forced back alongside Fado. FPX lose out on the trade, and they're down a member.
And Yuza dives in, forcing a response. Everyone has to defend Xiaoma, and no, he doesn't get the kill onto Xiaoma. He doesn't even really threaten it, immediately jumping over the wall, running away. But the fact that he Hextech ultimatums into the backline, the fact that he draws FPX's attention and ire means that Remake is free from aggression, free to keep firing away from the backline of that fight and get a kill onto Lei. Now, 5v4, Nova, go for the Elder, go for the series.
They pressure 0711 away, but the Dragon has to be reset right now. Fado, it's all up to him to stall time for the rest of FPX to be able to reorganize and get back into position.
Xiaoma's doing so much damage right now, and his poke is enough to force Nova to back away after they're not able to catch Fado.
Xiaoma's on vision! He does it! No! The flash away! Stasis, is it gonna be enough? Satchel charge, it's not going to be enough! FPX have just lost out on the heart of their damage. 4-man knocker from Lei, but can FPX follow up? It's just to buy time for Fado to get back into the fight, but he can't find anyone with the wind slash.
True disaster for FPX, because Xiaoma doesn't realize he's standing right next to a blue ward. And now, Nova can step forward and start to threaten this Elder. This will prompt a response for FPX without their major source of damage. Nova can turn and win the team fight.
They have to stall for 23 seconds. That's when Xiaoma comes back up. That's when he can teleport right back into the fight. Nova have to force the advantage. They have to get this major Dragon down for them. Lei completely chunked out of the fight, can't re-engage. It's Nova chunking down the Dragon as fast as they can. 0711, but as much as he can, has to force the flash out. He already burned the GA. He cannot re-engage into the fight.
4,000
Nova
HP.
now burning down the Dragon, turning all fronts onto it. Xiaoma finally respawns, and he's getting right back in. FPX going for all the marbles for their chance to stay alive in this fight, but no one who took the Dragon is Yitse that clips it out. Long was taken out of the fight, but it is still
Fado gets the kill.
And now Xiaoma's been isolated. Fado has to retreat. He has to return to Xiaoma. 2v2 for Nova and FPX. Yami has been separated from the fight. FPX able to equalize, but the Dragon goes over to Nova.
Yuza stepping forward as well to try and open up this mid lane and try and get the kills they need to keep this game going. Nova have the massive advantage towards the late game. And here is a huge minion wave pushing at the top side. Mega in front of Bob barely clears it. That inhibitor is no HP, Mark. It's disaster for FPX. They were in control of this game.
But they could not run the clock fast enough against Nova. They lost track of time. The Elder came and Nova clutched it.
What a messy fight. Starts with this pick, isolated in the top side. Xiaoma does go down. And then they're trying to get something back out of it, but a perfect timing on the stasis from Neon makes it so there's no way to instantly trade. At that point, you're throwing bad money after good, and so Lei and the rest of FPX disengage as best they can. Nova, though, know they have an advantage, and this is such an awkward position for FPX to be in. They have to step forward and contest. They have to somehow stall this out, and they try some truly heroic stuff. Fado dancing forward in the front lines, 0711 kiting for such a long time around the side, but he loses all his HP to use it, steadily coming online, and so when his GA gets popped in a moment here by Long, he doesn't have this HP to contest this dragon. And the second they see that, the second 0711 escapes on 1 HP, Nova know they can burn this dragon in earnest. And there is an attempt, you'll see at the second half of this fight, an attempt to teleport back in time to steal. It doesn't work. But the stacked abilities with the respawn from the Ziggs to make it so that Nova's HP bars drop very low, and it is indeed a team fight turn for 0711 and the rest of FPX upon the teleport arrival.
And the fact that they had taken out Long before the dragon was burned down, it gave FPX a small window of hope. But Yitse, using the second cast of the Precision Protocol.
You got through the team fight, it's okay, it's the downside.
6.6k on the Camille, and now Lei is into the heart of the backline once again, trying to punt forward a member of Nova
Yami's
Esports.
dead!
Yami, he gets out, but not until he gets burned down by the wind slash from Fado. Nova Esports have to be on the retreat. They have to respect the rest of the damage from FPX.
Yami started the series with such dominant performances. Now he's picked off twice in the same game. Maybe enough to give FPX a bridge back into this game, but they need to act now. They need to control this game now, because we talked about the scaling before. With the Elder in hand, it is even worse. FPX are going to have to be perfect to win teamfights from here on.
The worst fears for FPX have come to fruition. Nova Esports are online, and it is now down to miracle plays to save this game.
So FPX are back at their old tricks, trying to force Nova to step forward into a 5v5 they don't want to take. Tapping away at the Baron, seeing what happens. The Baron, of course, by 23 minutes into game, is a formidable opponent in its own right, which means that this is even sketchier behavior than it was the last time we saw it from FPX.
FPX have to maintain these minion waves being heralded in by Nova Esports. They can play the long game. They are not the ones being run down on the clock. They can play this one as long as possible, where it is FPX. It is up to them to find a window to get back.
And I want to highlight, Neon has completed Staff of Flowing Water, which is going to damage, amplify ability casts for his team. So, huge completion.
Lei forcing the fight onto Neon. Mega Inferno Bomb gets a decent chunk out, but Neon, beautiful shields, absorbs it all.
So the key targets for FPX in these team fights, if they want to win despite the scaling, are shutting down Neon and shutting down Remake. Both those players have built themselves Zhonya's, and Neon is about to turn into Crystalline Reflector, something we haven't seen a whole lot this tournament. But that item will give him a massive amount of AP shielding, basically. For every AP point he has, he gets a little bit of armor.
And it's the damage reduction as well from the passive Yitse, but he's got hookshot, so he's fine.
In fact, he's going to go in. He's better than fine.
And he's stalling out 0711. Look at the FPX. They're completely caught out here. They're split. Lei forced to flash, intercepting Yitse's second hook shot, but he still has a GA. Transcendent Embrace, pulls in Xiaoma, gets the flash out. Explosive cast doesn't make the mark here. But Fado coming in from the left side of the fight, forced to flash away from the roof. FPX still has to force this fight. They have to find the damage. They have to be able to put Xiaoma forward, but he can't because his flash, while it's down, it is too dangerous for him to step up to the members of Nova Esports.
And Lei and Desi, the two frontline characters, are just caught out and burned down.
Chain of Corruptions misses, but Yami finds the body slam. It forces 0711's flash. Frontline from FPX is forced to retreat, meaning there is not enough space for Xiaoma to walk in.
And Nova are going to try and force this the same way they did around the Elder. This is now all about the Baron.
Baron being burned down in a blanket of darkness. Mega Inferno Bomb finds the spark. Yeetse has found Shaman. No flash. He's gone! And FPX have 50 seconds where they have to stall for Shaman to come back alive to stop this Baron from being taken down.
JP's in!
0711 and Lei are coming from the base. 5,000 HP on the Baron. It has been stopped for now.
0711
doing everything that he can to stall out Nova. Long will lose out on his GA from Baron, but 0711 is gone. No one can steal the smite. No one has smite for the side of FPX. It's going to be close for Nova. They secure it. And now Yezi and Lei are on the run. They are forced to flash. The last domino to potentially this winning game of the series has come through for Nova.
And Nova could rewrite history here, claiming the title of the best team for the WRL over FPX. They are one Nexus break away from knocking them out of the tournament and booking their ticket to the grand finals of the first ever Icons World Championship.
Yeetse with the hook shot. Fado still no flash. Yetzi trying to blade for it, but Fado's gone. An explosive cast from Yami separates Lei from the members of FPX. Xiaoma, it's all up to FPX's Dragon Later to stall out the damage away clear. But the cheers for Nova Esports! They have gone supernova! And they have clipped the wings of the Phoenix from FunPlus! Supernova soars into the sky, shining brighter than the stars as Nova upset the #1 team from the WRL.
What a game from Nova Esports. They get one win over on FPX's side, and otherwise it is 3 games where they are dismantled. We came into this series talking about Long, talking about how Nova Esports relied on their star carry to make anything happen. What we have seen when they are faced with the best team in the WRL is that Nova can also rely on Remake, can also rely on the rest of this team to carry them across the line.
Long was cemented as the best jungler in the world, but fell short during the playoffs alongside Nova Esports. In the end, it was FPX that took the crown of the WRL region. They came into the tournament expecting to take the crown of the world, but it is Nova that stopped them in their tracks. And now they are the ones on the doorsteps of being icons.
They are the first team to book their ticket to the grand final. And you can see the cheers on their faces because as far as Nova are concerned, this was the match they were waiting for. If anyone has thought Nova looked a little kind of calm, collected throughout the tournament, even in victory, this is the match that everything was about for Nova. And now they need only await their opponents from the opposite side of the bracket.
87 days ago was the last time that Nova faced off against FunPlus Phoenix. They beat them that time, and somehow they did it again.
They sure did. And what a win as well, because we talk about how Long is like the best player, and he demonstrated so much depth here, even shut down in the early game. Long is able to find huge carry performances.
Yes.
But it is Remake, it is Yami, it is Yiza who step forward in this series to be secondary carries for the team, to be able to deliver a win even when Long isn't carrying the game by himself.
Huge, heroic performances from everyone on Nova Esports. And I gotta say, tablet drop, mic drop, analyst desk, drop it the facts.
Analyst desk drop.
Drop. Yay!
Boom!
New analyst desk just dropped.
Rafa, you mentioned it. 87 days ago was the last time that Nova and FPX met, and the difference that 87 days makes, because Nova Esports looked like they came to the series so prepared. We were already caught off guard with the first 2 games. Game 3, we saw that little bit of spark from FPX, but it seemed more like, Nova just kind of miscalculated a little bit. They came back in full force in game number 4, and look at them. For the first time ever, we're seeing this team so happy. And Rico, you mentioned how this was like, so amazing. You called it, by the way. Nova Esports. I have to give my congratulations to you. We have to give a congratulations to you, Riku.
I refuse to. I'm salty.
It's okay. It's okay. No, seeing Nova now being incredibly happy. Almo mentioned this earlier about, we saw the video how serious they were.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what the whole team was talking about, right? Every time you see Nova win a series, they beat Team Flash, they won a bunch of games in groups, play-ins even. They don't care, they don't celebrate.
Yeah.
But like they saw like they said in the video earlier today, whoever faces them from the other side of the bracket, they're not afraid of them. This is in their mind, the grand finals, and they've won.
Yeah, this was the match they were waiting for.
Yeah.
Exactly, right? The rematch, and it's a very pivotal point in the tournament. It's semifinals, and they're heading to the grand finals. It's crazy. And the fact that this is a roster, when we look at the mid lane, they've got Guoguo before, and now it's Nian who stepped up massively on whatever champion. He's on a Corki, he's on his own, he's doing his own thing with a Hull Breaker, and boom, he's on this Karma doing a lot of work, making sure the rest of the team stays alive. And the fact that he has a lot of poke, zoning out a lot of the members. He's so aggressive. It doesn't matter if he's squishy or not. He's gonna play it like he's not gonna die.
Yeah, honestly, a tremendous performance coming in from the laners here. This is kind of what we talked about, right? In the last game, Long didn't even need to play a carry. He went back to the Wukong, and this is what we said at the start of the day. When everyone has an amazing jungler, what's going to be the difference maker? The better laners will then win you the game. And honestly, Nova's laners today were insanely good.
It's the whole team coming online, right? And as TJ and Rafa put it, you know, again, all of our eyes were on Long.
Yeah.
And you mentioned this, we thought it was going to be a 1v9. 1v9.
That's the thing, right? It feels like Long still solidified that he is the best jungler in the world, not only through flashy plays, not only through 1v9s, but he also can play for the team, be on Lee Sin, set up for the team, be on Wukong to create these big 5v5s and openings for Nova.
Yeah, and Long himself was saying, you know, I don't know why people think I'm the best player in the world. I'm just a regular jungler. That's not really a regular jungler, but all right.
That is not a regular jungler. I mean, but yes, this was such a well-deserved win for Nova Esports. I loved seeing how the team grew all the way from play-ins to group stages and now to this momentous victory. You can see how happy they are. And I also feel like Game 4 was really, you know, it was a game that both teams played really, really well. Because I would say like game 1 and Game 2, FPX, they didn't exactly look like the FPX we knew. Game 3, there might have been some mistakes, but Game 4 was really, both teams were playing very, very well.
This is the Global Championships. There's no excuses here, no ifs, ands, or buts. But honestly, I feel like FPX, those first 2 games, their fixation with the Jax draft truly cost them. And I'm ready to say here that Nova, I think they're the best prep team in the tournament. You saw their prep for Team Flash. You see now their prep for FPX. They know exactly what they need to do to beat their opponents. They have a perfect game plan every time. We'll dive more into that later on. But Nova, man, these guys are so smart.
Yeah, it feels like this entire series, just as you mentioned, it's like we're gonna fixate on the Jax. We're gonna make it work still, even though it lost at game number 1. Play at game number 2. FPX thought, okay, Nova wants these early to mid game skirmishes and team fights. We'll try to match you with that. And was Nova actually on the deficit? They were playing from behind, and they're just so good no matter what game state, Nova still delivers.
Yes, and I think that what sets Nova apart as well is that it seems as though they have the best of both, like the WRL and the WCS, kind of, because you have that sort of like polished gameplay from the WRL, but you also have these moments that, you know, just rely on pure instinct. You have these players that, you know, that suddenly do something so erratic that shouldn't even be part of the game, that will suddenly just go for it and just, you know, free fall, or like, you know, without any safety net, trust fall into, you know, into what their team has built up. And I see that in Nova Esports. That's why I mentioned they're such an exciting team to watch, like even more so than their counterparts in the WRL, and that includes FPX.
Yeah, honestly, the craziest thing about how Nova won here today to me was that they beat FPX at their own game.
Yeah.
They didn't have to play long carriers. They didn't have to play side laning. They played 5v5, team fighting, kite back, go in, kite back, go in, exactly like how FPX does it. But they beat FPX, and what FPX does best. It's just insane to me. Nova has shown so much improvement.
Yeah, it's just so beautiful to watch. Everybody stepped up here from the Nova side, and the way that they can play anything, any draft too, is actually really scary.
It's that chameleon phase of Nova Esports again, right? Again, we saw them shift slightly when they went up against Roster Y. We saw them shift into the late game, and now we're seeing them shift into suddenly a team fight, 5v5 kind of team, no longer the long carry. So this is going to be really exciting because now that they're the first team to secure their ticket into the grand finals, it's going to be so interesting to see what kind of Nova Esports we're going to be seeing once we get into the weekend. Before that, of course, we have one more series to go. So I have to ask Omo, how are you feeling? Because we have we have either J Team or we have Team Flash against Nova.
Team Flash, Vodik. Easy. I have faith.
Ooh, and this just in. We had that kill check that we, the little counter that we were doing for long. Yeah, he is a man on a mission. Currently, he has surpassed. He has surpassed Chaz in total kills with 80 kills. 80 kills as of the series. Of course, there is still the grand finals. We could get to 100.
But if you extrapolate the data from today, man, I sound like Brandon or TJ. 10 kills.
Extrapolate.
10 kills in 4 games. That does not bode well for hitting 100.
Yeah.
20 kills in the best
Unless
of
he
7.
plays a
But
carry.
it is the best of 7 in the grand finals.
It's a best of 7.
Yes,
There's a
it
lot
is a
of
best of 7,
chances.
and this was also Nova playing around the 5v5, the
Solo
team
arenas were
fighty
so
kind of Nova Esports.
Yep.
If they should bring back the long carry everybody for the best of 7. I mean, I think that 100 is very, very doable. Stay tuned for that, by the way. That is, we're gonna keep that running all the way up until the end of Icons, which is getting closer and closer and closer. And right now, don't cry, Oma. We're not done just yet. Don't cry, okay? But yes, it is getting closer. Nova Esports. I'm loving this final form that they're showing us.
Yeah, I know. It feels like I'm sorry. I have to go back to the level 99 on Long's jersey number. Basically, if he reaches 100 kills, boom.
He
That's
gets
level 100, baby.
Are you saying he can change his jersey number? Is that the?
Never know. You never know.
They have it prepared. It's in the back. I saw it.
Oh, that
They
might.
have it ready to go just in case,
So stay tuned to Nova social media, or maybe we'll see something on the Wild Rift Esports channel, and see if there's a celebratory something for Long. But yes, the Nova Esports, the first team to secure that spot into the grand finals. It's looking very, very exciting. Of course, we are not done just yet. On the side of FPX, though, we have to give our congratulations to them. I
What a
know this
split
is
from them.
this is heartbreaking for them, especially because they were the best team. As of just a few hours ago, they were the best team.
That's heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking. It is very heartbreaking, and also because they look like they just weren't on form today, and that's what's even more painful. I feel if they gave a series that was just like 100% for them. But to be honest, I didn't feel that from them today.
It's do or die, right?
It's do or die, and it's absolutely insane the fact that FPX, played the least matches.
Yes.
Versus Nova.
Speed run.
Their trip to the semifinals was very smooth. They never dropped a single game within a series. So during the semifinals, now drop the game, first game, boom. It was a different scenario, a different look that FPX had to face.
That's actually why I believe in the sort of like the play-ins buff or the group stage buff.
Yeah.
Because they do get to flex those muscles. It's a different, it's a different arena when you step onto that stage. And FPX, while they did have that win streak ongoing, suddenly on stage it could be possible that it's all back to zero. Because that stage, that magical stage behind us does something to teams. It makes superstars. And of course, it has to endure heartbreaks such as this, FPX. But there is no doubt, of course, that they are one of the most frightening teams in the Wild Rift Esports team. There is no doubt about that. We know what they're capable of. It just so happened that Nova Esports was the better team today, but FPX will always have the respect of everybody in the Wild Rift Esports scene, Riku.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right. They the journey of FPX, right, the champions of the WRRL. But then again, teams evolve, teams get stronger, and that was Nova today.
Yeah.
I mean, practically, realistically, it's heartbreaking for FPX. Great stuff from Nova. But I think the storylines on paper are so interesting as well. WRL, #1 seed, FPX out. #2 seed, JDG, out before as well. And you look back at the last international tournament we had, it was the #1 seed from WRL, of course, Darkon Gaming taking the whole thing. Now our #1 seed's gone, #2 seed's gone. It's really up in the air. Who's going to take it? The #3 seed from WRL, #1 seed from WCS, or the #5 seed from WRL? It's so up for grabs right now. That's what makes it so exciting. Oh no.
Sorry to interrupt you guys. I hope you guys haven't forgotten that.
We have
Nico
a
first.
score to settle. We have a score to settle, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to take a quick commercial break as Riku begins her
She's talking, so
gets to
it's
show
you
her
first.
artistic
No, her
side.
first.
Don't go
Put your
anywhere.
hair up.
We'll be right back.
Put your hair up.
Not
No,
on
you
camera.
can.
I can't show my forehead on camera.
Okay, is it? Okay. Go.
All right, time for the Verizon post-game interview. I'm here with Nova's Yami after their victorious win to book their ticket to the finals. Congratulations, Yami.
恭喜你们终于拿到了进入总决赛的门票。Okay, thank you so much.
I wanted to ask right off the top, in the specific matchup against Lei in the hype video, he said some strong words against you. How does it feel to outduel your support opponent?
今天的赛前放了乐意对你放的一个非常狠的狠话，你有看到吗？
我没有。
你没有看到，但是他对你说了很多狠话，你怎么样回应一下他呢？
我只记得我的狠话就是我比他厉害。
I think I'm only stronger than him because I didn't see his words maybe.
All right, well, good. Either way, you are in the finals. Specifically in this matchup, what was the big key that you had to defeating FPX?
觉得今天你们战胜 FunPlus 最关键的点是什么？
是因为我们今天上单发挥的特别好。
Because our like the Baron laner Yi Ze has played out all his abilities and conditions to take them down.
But you have two. It goes both ways.
他说你也发挥的特别的好。
一般一般。
Just so.
So modest. So when it comes to specifically what he has learned throughout the tournament, what is the biggest thing he's learned?
你觉得你这次来 Icons 学到的最大的一个收获是什么？
就是心态嘛，感觉看开一点，就没那么紧张，就会打得更好。
It's out for the mentality. I think just take it easy. We can take all the things out so that don't be so nervous. Once we have get on the stage.
Well, speaking of getting nervous, did you feel nervous after you lost your first game, or were you guys okay?
你们今天输掉一场比赛的时候，有没有觉得很紧张，还是说还觉得还好？
挺紧张的，因为他们是冠军嘛，很怕被他们让二追三了。
Much nervous after game 3 because they are the first seed from WRL. We didn't get a game lose actually, but finally we got there.
Yeah, you did get there. Now, finally, how do you feel about your chances going into the finals, either against J-Team or Team Flash?
你觉得 J-Team 和 Team Flash 的话，面对谁的几率更大一些呢？
应该还是 J-Team 吧。
I hope we can meet our J-Team.
Oh, okay. Well, finally, I wanted to give you this space to shout out to all of your fans that you have, whether it is just in China or abroad, because you have been absolutely fantastic.
想对你的就是来自于我们 WRL 的观众或者是全世界的观众说点什么吗？
我们一定会是冠军的。
Thank you for all the support and encouragement. We can have this championship title for you guys.
Yami, everyone, the finalist here from Team Nova. Congratulations, and let's send it back to Mika.
Oh, that's what it looks like. This is the first time I'm seeing it. Oh.
Okay, it's a star.
Oh my gosh.
Nova, and I'm a shaky person, so I...
No, yeah, I can tell.
I don't even feel bad about this because it just drawn so poorly.
Hey, I tried my best.
He looks like Harry Potter. Look at him.
It's an N.
Mine actually looks kind of exotic.
Nova.
The boy who lived came here to die today.
It's Nova. Okay, it's Nova. Okay, it's very clear. It's Nova.
I don't know. Is it?
It's very clear.
You know what? Maybe she drew FPX here. I don't know. I think it's Nova at this point.
Okay,
But yeah, okay. All right, sure. Be sure to come back tomorrow, guys, because we have got our second semi-final match. I like how they just swiped over my face because you can see the Nova over here. Semi-final match between Team Flash and a J-Team. I just want really quick reactions from you guys. I think I know almost just gonna say Team Flash. That's what he said. Riku?
Team Flash!
All right, it's the same. That's all we're gonna do. Hoping that Team Flash carries the confidence that they had earlier into the series. But J-Team, we know that they are definitely gonna bring it because the lone SEA representative will try to bring the region to the finals. And what is sure to be another incredible best of 5 series. And right now, just looking at my forehead,
I hit it. I put my fringe back down.
That's cheating.
Oh, that's cheating. No. No.
I can't show my 5 hit here.
It's the last few
if
seconds.
I review my forehead, a helicopter will come land on it.
It's like the last few seconds.
Oh my
Please.
God.
Yes, there you go.
Yes,
There you go. All right, and with that, with almost forehead in plain view for everybody to see, we can now wrap the show up and say goodbye to everybody. But please tune in, same time, same place, right here for our last semi-final matchup before we head into the grand finals. That's it. On behalf of the whole production, thank you so much for watching. On behalf of Riku and Omo, the casters, and the whole production. Stay safe, stay healthy, and we'll see you in the Rift.